Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold. Now, as you can see, it is raining here at Juma Private Game Reserve and in Pridelands. So we won't be able to go out on drives just of yet, but as soon as this rain subsides, Liam, Chris and myself, we will be out on drive. And then please join us and jump on board our live safaris. For now, we will be showing you some highlight reels, so please enjoy, and thank you for your consideration and your patience. We will see you just now.
So the lions are still on the move after the wildebeest, but there's some up ahead here that I think that's what she's going for at the moment. She's just parallel to us. It is starting to get quite dark, so it is a little bit better for the lions now. I've lost sight of the second lioness, but I think she's just behind. She's probably got another 80 meters or so to go. Arch, you happy or I think it's going to be better in color for now. What do you think, Arch? Okay, let's just wait a little bit. Okay, I just want to get further forward slightly. Get us in the right spot. Okay, I'm going to keep quiet so our friends on social media can join us as well for this lion hunt. Okay, she's starting to jog. Welcome. We are back live in the Mara. This lioness is almost on top of some wildebeest now. There, you got it, Arch. Opposite me. There we go. There she is. You can see how she's using that little bank. There she's going. She's going. I think she's going to miss. Is she going to miss? She's going to miss. Oh, dear, lion. You should have got a little bit closer before you decided to charge. Whoops-a-daisies. Unlucky, but now she might just walk towards the big group of wildebeest, see if there's anyone who's a bit weak or has an injury or is old. That was very close, though. Now the herds are streaming away from her. You should start seeing some of them shortly. They all managed to get away. Miss Anna says, wow, crazy speed. Well, let's get a little bit closer. Now that the hunt has failed, my name is Brent Leo Smith. I have Archie on camera with me. And we've been following these lions for about 5 hours now today. And they haven't managed to catch anything yet. One must remember that lions normally only have a success rate of around 15%, so only about 1.5 times out of 10, mud, that they chase something, do they catch it. I've lost sight of her now. It's getting quite dark, but I think she's around here somewhere. Bumpity bump, some holes.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this last mad dash, hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, he is an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Let's have a quick look. There she is. Then, yes, this is 100% live, and I'm not sure if this is the lioness we saw attempt or it's a different lioness, but there we go. There she is, sitting in the road. Oh, she's behind us. Ah, she's coming back. There we go. There she is. Okay. So, well, you never know when we might go live again, so keep a look for the when we go live. Who knows, maybe these lions will catch some dinner just now. Okay, well, I'm going to keep following these lines for a little bit longer, but let's go back to James to see what's happening with Thandi and Tlalamba.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly Fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osano with the monitor lizard.
Osano, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osano at the moment.
For those of you like Rocky who are looking perhaps at the map of Djuma, Rocky, she is just parallel with Shibamu Road. That's Xibhamu. That's how it should be spelt. Shibamu Road, which is sort of south central Djuma, a good mile and a bit from the dam cam. She stopped over there. We'll try and pick her up again. Senzo is operating two cameras at the same time here, so it is quite difficult. We've got her there with a FLIR thermal camera. There's some babblers calling up ahead. Babblers should be silent by this time of the day, but they will alarm call. All right. We are on the FLIR, then. Oh, now we're back to the bush. Okay, let's move forward a bit. I have to make use of my spotlight. I can just see her. Alrighty, let's go back across to Sloth Bear. She who plays with her vomit. We'll wait here and see if Tundi doesn't have any luck. I hope she does. We'll keep you posted.
Sloth Bear is fast asleep. We're doing a lot of sitting and waiting this evening, all three of us, as we continue into unfolding the stories of wild Africa. Oh, that was a gauntlet line. I don't know where the rest of the family is. I'm assuming that they have a big kill somewhere, or I'm in the wrong place. I just don't think so. I don't think so. I feel as though Sloth Bear is here for a reason, and I feel that this is where he thinks company is going to come. And even if it's not right where Waffles is keeping her cubs, it's still going to be close. I think. We might have to leave him. The problem is if he starts walking off into the night, I'm not going to follow him. He's a bit too young. There's too many dangers out here for one little cub. Not that he doesn't wander around on his own at night all the time. He does. But I don't follow the cubs at night. I'm happy to sit at the den with him. And at his age, I'm happy to sit with him without adult supervision. But there is absolutely no sign of Waffles. What's worrying me is she could actually be underground. And we've been sitting here the whole time with her and we haven't even realized. Which has happened to Manu and myself on a fair few occasions. We also spent, between Gigi, Scott and myself, we monitored Waffles' original natal den for probably close to 20 hours before realizing she'd moved, and we were monitoring an empty den. Not sitting at the den, but sitting by the side of the den, waiting for her to come back. Turned out she'd moved. It was a bit embarrassing, really. I owed Scott and Gigi some apologies. Just checking quickly. Make sure I'm not missing something. A hyena did come past earlier, but I think it was a male. And it was not someone that Sloth Bear was in any way interested in greeting. He just completely ignored it, and it walked off past. Oh, goodness, little slobber.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Brain apparently has no say in anything whatsoever. Which is fair, I guess. You can overthink things. Best to ignore the thinking part of oneself. My stomach's making horrendous noises. It's reminding me that I really didn't eat enough breakfast this morning.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Sunset Safari here in the western fringes of the Kruger National Park. We're currently in the staff village of Inga's house. There is Hosanna, the male leopard, sitting next to the geezer. This is not a shot we would normally open with, but to show you how habituated to human beings this leopard has become. Now, before we get into the situation that has evolved over here, allow me to tell you, of course, that you must talk to us using the hashtag Safari Live on Twitter. Otherwise, you can use the chat stream on YouTube. My name is James Hendry, and I am sitting on a vehicle with Senzor Mkhize, who is the camera operator for the afternoon. Now, this situation is not ideal, and it's not ideal for a number of reasons. The first reason is, of course, that, well, a gas bottle next to a leopard is not the best picture to be demonstrating of the wilderness. The second is, of course, that this gives a very false sense of what this leopard feels and thinks about human beings. Yes, he doesn't mind being around us, but there are no people here at the moment. He has no inkling, I don't think, that a lot of people live here, because, of course, there's nobody living here at the moment. There's just one person coming in and out from time to time. And while he's not that comfortable with people on foot, we saw him on foot this morning, and he likes to move away, this doesn't present a sort of human threat to him. But he represents a threat to human beings, of course, if they start to think of him as being like a pet. Now, I mean, that's not exactly like your dog would lie in the shade outside your house, isn't it? That is a wild leopard. He's a completely wild leopard. He just happens to have grown up here, and so he's got no problem with this. Now, it's not that unusual for leopards to do this, of course. There's been a lot of stuff going around on social media of late of leopards in lodges. Well, there was one sitting on a chair at Singita, which was fantastic. Another mating pair sitting around another lodge. I'm not sure exactly where that was, but they were on the deck mating when the guests got up. So this is not entirely unusual. He's looking a little bit skinny, I must say. I think he needs to eat something. Let's just check where he goes. He might be going for a swim. There's a pool here. There he is. He's looking into Brent and Jamie's room. There's nobody here, so there's no danger to any human being. This is hilarious. It's hilarious, but as I keep trying to say to you, it is very important that we understand exactly what's happening here. That this is not a tame animal. Let's see if he pitches up this side. There he is. He's going to have a drink. Margarita, what we can do about this situation is lock the gate. There's a gate here. We need to have it fixed and make sure that it is shut all the time. He's now sitting on the pool deck. Hey, are you having a pool day, boy? Yes, of course you are. Imagine stepping out of your room to go and have a swim and finding Hosanna, the male leopard, sitting there.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
I can hear some francolins shouting now. There's the aerial down. Are we looking all right that side? I can't go that side. Oh wait, there's some dumbbells in the way. Hang on a sec. That's some kind of wire chameleon. Okay, gecko, not a chameleon. All right, let's see. There he is at the pool. He's having a drink. Can we go? No, he's having a drink. This is most amusing. I just must keep reiterating, everybody, this is not a tame cat, and it is usual for leopards to do this. They do it at the lodges all the time, and this just happens to be a private home where a lodge might be. And so he's just come into the vicinity. And we've got a question from Kirsten, who says, is this a man-made waterhole? And the answer is, yes, it is. If he gets into the pool, then I'll probably fall out the car. I think he's seen a frog, or his reflection. Hosanna, do you think that this is acceptable behavior? Say my name, boy, you say what in the world? Well, quite, what in the world is going on here? For those of you who have just joined us, this is Hosanna the male leopard, 2.5 years old, completely habituated to human habitations, and he's come into this area because it's shady, there's water here, and so he's decided this would be a nice place for him to be. He is not tame. He is a completely wild leopard. And I'm hoping he's going to leave soon so that we can then close the gate and keep him out. Coming down here. No, don't lie down there. Get out. Go on. Out. Don't look at me like that either. Off you go. Come on. And a lot of you are worried about chlorine in the pool. Don't be worried about chlorine in the pool. It's not an issue. There's very little, and a little bit like that's not going to harm him at all. He wouldn't drink it if it felt poisonous to him.
Into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, 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 this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Inkahuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
James, no, the rhino are not researched in the same way here for a couple of reasons. However, they are almost as closely monitored as the hyenas are. So each and every single individual rhino is tracked as often as possible, kept track of, monitored, recorded as being seen, as being missing, where it was last seen, where it might have gone. And if there's ever a situation where, for example, a rhino goes into a place where it shouldn't be, people on the ground, the teams on the ground who are responsible 24/7 for protecting them will move in and actually move them back to where they need to be and where they're safe. So no, they're not, well, at least as far as I know, they're not researched. I might be wrong about that. I don't think that they are researched here. There you go. There's an opening if you want to put forward a research proposal. It's also a slightly artificial situation. Their numbers are only really just recovering. Although it would be interesting, it was one of the things that we found really fascinating years ago. I was part of the reintroduction of rhino, black rhino, into an area for the first time in 50 years. They'd been extinct in that area for 50 years, and they were brought back thanks to the efforts of the EWT. And it's basically a population expansion program. And 19 black rhino came from the Eastern Cape all the way to this reserve that I was working on. Its location shall remain a secret. And it was fascinating to watch them adapt, where they moved. It was interesting because they chose to move 10 bulls and 10 cows, which I wouldn't have expected. I mean, a big bull like this, and he is a big, dominant, territorial bull, this gentleman. He's big for a black rhino. You know, they have actually quite large territories, and it was interesting watching the larger bulls find their way around. Gary. One of them was called Gary. One of them was called Fakita, and he was an absolute nightmare. He was the heaviest black rhino I have ever encountered in my entire life. He was 1,400 kilograms. And as we were trying to open the crate, it stuck, and he broke someone's finger by jamming it in the door because he got his horn underneath it, and he wrenched the door of the crate open. He then, as he came barreling out, we still had to sedate him once again to put a tracker on him because they were all very carefully monitored. He came barging out, nearly took out a vehicle on his way out of the crate. I mean, you can't blame him. He had been spiked with something very sharp in the bottom, and the next thing he knew, 22 hours later, he was in an entirely different place with a headache. So you can't blame him for being grumpy. He had no idea what our motivations were. So he promptly took off that night and ran about 100 kilometers south. And then, very fortunately, by some amazing fluke, turned around and ran all the way back. And then his first act was, on the day that he was being monitored for his very first time and tracked, was to turn around and charge and smash into the rhino monitor's door. It never opened ever again, that particular side of it.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Hosanna with the monitor lizard.
Hosanna, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosanna at the moment.
Since this morning, you know. Ooh, what are we going to get there? Sky, the last time you got him, what's he got? Nothing.
Jumbo, and a very good morning to all of you people out there. Welcome to the Masai Mara in Kenya, where the temperature is a very nice 15 degrees Celsius, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. We are up with the sunrise. It is a beautiful morning, and we're not the only ones up. These two individuals, who knows where they're off to or what they've been up to. They're just at the base of the escarpment here. I heard hyena calling all of last night. All sorts of activities were going on last night. Who knows what? I am very excited to be here up in the Mara with the clans of hyena. Welcome. My name is Steve, and I'm joined by Big James on camera, and we are out in the Masai Mara for my first time since February, and we are very excited. We're going to go see if we can find some form of crossing today, do some birding, and just bumble around and get my toes a little bit wet in the Mara. So please feel free to send your questions, comments through hashtag Safari Live. Let us know how you're doing. I've made it a few days late, but we're up and off we go. We're going to go down the hill, but let's first see, can we get another view of these hyena? No, as soon as you take your eye off them, folks, they just disappear. It is just the way it works. There was one youngster amongst the two there. They've disappeared, but what a beautiful sunrise coming over the large expanse of the openness, the vastness. My heart dropped when we came down the hill moments before. And what a way to start the day. Well, it seems like Juma is already busy, and they've already found you a cat. Let's go and see who Tristan has found for you this morning.
Well, Steve, we haven't found just one cat. We have found two. There you can see Hosanna down on the ground, and above him is not Mfukazi, but his father Tingana, that has pilfered this carcass like we thought he would. So he's come in and obviously chased Mfukazi during the night and has taken it for himself. But that is definitely Tingana that's on top, and like I say, Hosanna down below. And I thought when we saw Hosanna on the ground, as close as it was, that Tingana was up in the tree. But anyway, it's a very good morning. My name is Tristan, as Steve mentioned, and on camera I've got Craig, aka the Batman, and I was thinking as we were driving in straight away from the road, I said to Craig that that's not Mfukazi up in the tree. This leopard was much bigger. And then when we saw Hosanna right below the tree, it was an indication that it must have been a leopard that he knew. And so, well, there's only one other animal that could be up in that tree that he would be kind of confident enough in terms of males to be scounging around at the bottom and looking for little bits. And you can see there's no aggression whatsoever. Hosanna is not growling, Tingana is not growling, but it's definitely Mfukazi has been sent packing, unfortunately, which is, well, par for the course. It was bound to happen, given where he was kind of sitting and where he is within this territory of Tingana's. He was dead center, and so Tingana was going to find him at some point, and so he eventually did. And you can see he's had a ridiculous amount of food and is very, very full. So, Marcy, you say the dynamic duo? Yes, the dynamic duo indeed. The two of them are another story. They seem to constantly be around each other, and especially if there's food involved. That's why I was so surprised that Hosanna didn't get to the warthog that Tingana had. I suppose he had his own bushbuck, and that's maybe why each of them were able to kind of feed in peace for once. But they've definitely...
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
Moment and playing this little game of who can see who from behind the marula tree. Look at that. That's ridiculous. Now, let's see. I think this hyena is not going to get too much closer, but we can take this onto a platform for everybody and widen our audience if you would like, Emma. Well, good morning. As you can see, we've got an incredible scene that's unfolding. Side by side is a young male leopard and a hyena that are, well, just feeding. Well, the hyena is feeding, and the leopard itself is really trying to just kind of defend itself and show off a few teeth and snarls to try and keep the hyena at bay. But they are literally half a meter apart. Look at that. That leopard is saying, "You're too close, back off." So it's Hosanna that's underneath the tree at the moment. He's really not happy that this hyena is as close as it is, and that's why he's snarling. The hyena has just come in because it's coming for scraps that have been dropped for a tree, because not only is it this leopard and this hyena, but right above this leopard is another male leopard in the form of Tingana, which is Hosanna's dad. And so this leopard has come in and actually stolen this from a third male that was here last night. And so it's a complicated story, this carcass, but it's amazing. As bits are dropping, so the hyena is running in, and then Hosanna is having to kind of snarl and try and keep that hyena at bay. And the reason why is because he actually can't go up the tree. Even if that hyena had to run at him, he wouldn't be allowed up there. Tingana certainly won't allow Hosanna to come close. There's a little piece that's just dropped in front of Hosanna, and you can see, look, he's now turning and growling at that hyena. Now, with these two predators, you often think that there would be a lot of danger for Hosanna, and that the hyena itself also might be in danger, but actually they're both kind of mutually respectful in terms of knowing that they can both get hurt. And so what they're trying to do is just find little bits of food and try and kind of eat that without the other one really coming too close. And the problem with that, though, is hyenas generally will try and get to the scraps more, and they'll be braver and will take more of a beating than what a leopard will. A leopard often will shy away from confrontation with hyena because they obviously don't want to get themselves hurt in any way whatsoever. Now, in all of this, I've forgotten to say who I am. My name is Tristan, and on camera I've got Craig this morning, and hopefully you will enjoy being with us. It really is an amazing scene, because it's not every day that you get a leopard with another leopard, and then to have a hyena come in and kind of interact with the two is really quite something. Now, Gillian, you say go get him. Yes, well, Hosanna is definitely not backing down. He's doing all that he can to be as brave as possible. He's very lucky because the hyena that he's dealing with is a young hyena, not a fully grown, big, adult, old female that would give him a little bit of a harder time and would probably be a lot more brazen in its approach towards Hosanna. But both of these individuals, being fairly young, are somewhat kind of looking after one another. Like you can see now, Hosanna's just got a piece that's just dropped from Tingana, so he's going to eat that quickly, and he was just growling at the hyena to say, "Don't come near me, this is my piece." And so at the moment we've got a bit of a Mexican standoff, and Hosanna's won the first little prize, and I wonder if maybe another prize will come down. And look at that, you can actually hear him snarling at times. This is amazing. I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Katrina, yes, mutual respect until such time as more reinforcements arrive in the hyena corner, which I would imagine it would be fairly soon. If there's a lot more noise that goes on, and if the hyena starts to cackle a little bit, then you'll find the rest should start arriving. And I'm quite surprised that it's only just this one hyena, because last night when I left here, there was 5 of them that were sitting here waiting for this carcass to fall, and I'm surprised that it's only just the one that still remains. Maybe the rest are somewhere close by and are just sitting and actually kind of resting, and they'll come in later. But if there's more hyenas that come, Hosana's going to have to make a quick escape and find somewhere else to go. Like I say, he won't be allowed to go up into the tree itself, because Tingana being up there has got a carcass, and he's tolerant of Hosana being close by, but he won't allow Hosana to be up in the tree with the food. Unfortunately, that will be a step too far. He wants to keep the food to himself, and so he will be very aggressive towards Hosana if he goes up into the tree. And you can actually see there's a bit of meat that's tantalizingly dangling from one of the branches, and that's probably being watched by both hyena and leopard in the hope that it will fall down at some point. But this is just ridiculous. Absolutely amazing to see this interaction. We are so fortunate with the leopards that we see. So, and a pack of hyenas could potentially take down a leopard. It's possible, but highly unlikely that a leopard would allow hyenas to get that close. I mean, there's obviously been cases of leopards being killed by hyenas, and particularly cubs and young leopards, but when they get to the size of Hosana or Tingana, generally they'll get out of their way. As soon as they see a lot of hyenas coming, they'll try and run towards the tree, and the only reason a hyena would attack a leopard is over food. And if there's no food around, then generally they don't worry too much about it. They'll just kind of assert themselves briefly, slightly chase them. Listen. little bit of growling that's happening. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a little deep growl that's coming from Hosanna every now and then. Now let's see, this hyena's sniffing its way closer back towards Hosanna once again. But basically, as I was saying, just to wrap up, hyenas know that a leopard can be dangerous to them. There's also no reason to really attack a leopard for nothing other than food, really. And so if there's food around, then you'll find hyenas will come in and can be quite brazen. But very seldom do you see hyenas attacking leopards for no other reason. They generally will try and intimidate a leopard, and once a leopard runs off and goes up into a tree, then they leave them alone.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Center, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the center is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
At each other in terms of the leopards, everybody's quite fine. Now look at that, isn't that amazing? We've got a leopard and a hyena lying side by side and another leopard above. It's ridiculous, and everybody is just kind of doing their own thing, which is absolutely amazing. Very, very cool. Tingana, you surely cannot eat anymore. His belly is as wide as I think he is tall at the moment. He really has pushed down a lot, and that's obviously a bit of the warthog that he's been feeding off for most of the week, and now he's come and found himself a free little impala, and there's no ways that a carcass can be on Djuma without Tingana kind of figuring it out if he doesn't have one of his own. And so the thief that he is, or I don't know if it's clever or thievery, but either way he tends to sniff out a meal better than most, and well, he's managed to find himself a nice little impala carcass that he can eat. And it's actually amazing how much meat has been eaten off of this. If this was just one leopard on its own, I reckon this would have lasted probably 3 days at least, whereas now between 3 male leopards it's being devoured to the point where there's really not that much. And by the time Tingana finishes this morning, I would imagine that he'll have left very little, and that will actually be cleaned up by this afternoon, and this evening they'll probably all move off. Right, now Bushwalk seems to be fixed, sorted out and back with us, and so we're going to try again, send you across to Sydney so you can say hello.
A very, very good morning and welcome to the beginning of the guided walk. I am Sydney Fumunani Mikosi, and I'm not traveling alone this morning. I am traveling with Sebastian as well as Herbert, who is my game scout this morning, and I hope we are going to give you the best experience ever. My plan this morning is quite very easy. I am going to investigate on Thandi and Kalamba. I'm still very worried about the disappearance of Kalamba. It has been a while now. So if I see some tracks, that will be good enough. I'm going to that area just to try and see if you can find them. For your questions and comments, you can follow us on Twitter, #SafariLive. You can also follow us on YouTube chat stream. I'm very happy with the kind of weather we are having here in South Africa this morning, as it's not windy at all. It's nice and cool. It's a good weather for trekking. A very good morning again. So we must have to now target the roads, as here by the roads is where, when the roads are not disturbed, we can easily pick up the updates and take it from. But now I am on Central. There is no sign of these two cats at the moment. I'm going to head deep in the Central towards the border between Djuma Game Reserve and the neighboring properties, as the last tracks yesterday morning I saw them heading towards there. Dory, I am so worried about them. I want to make sure that I know something about Kalamba today. And hopefully, before we finish, I'll be knowing. But I'm sure it will be a positive response. So now, let's go to the Masai Mara, where Steve is also out on a game drive this morning.
Yes, well, what a way to start the morning. If Tristan Dix could start like that every day, I think he would. 2 leopards on a kill, father and son. Well, we're fine with that. He can do all the work that side while we just bumble around the Masai Mara and find ourselves some beautiful Mara elephants with the governor's balloon in the background. There is quite a picture. Quite a picture. Not sure if you'll be able to hear it, but there's another couple balloons going to be passing us in a moment, and we can hear their loud. Most of the elephants are normally quite relaxed to the balloons, but individual just on the far left of the group there is not so relaxed. You'll see her now as she comes into picture. Her tail's up, her head is a little bit uncertain. Very good signs of an animal that's not 100% happy with something, and those are signs you need to pay attention to if you are on a vehicle or on foot with elephants in the African bush. You can just see she's a bit agitated, but it's clearly from a sound coming from the sky. It's quite far off, but I don't think she quite likes the balloons. Good morning, Wisteria. Absolutely gorgeous elephants, these. And I just love how small they look in this landscape. It really is something to behold. I mean, I was here in February, and it's just so amazing to be back. The greenness, the vastness.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Pride. And they were going after the lioness, and they came in, they were getting excited, and one lioness came out of the bushes and they just all disappeared into the thickets. It was quite something. I was very disappointed because I thought they were going to do something quite entertaining, but they didn't. But that is what I'm really looking forward to. I'm also looking forward to getting a number of more bird species on my list. Last time I was here, I spent a lot of time doing the balloon narration. There's not as much time out in the actual bush, and I think I'm going to be spending a lot of time out here now, which is exciting. We're going to be seeing wonderful, wonderful things. And look at the size of the tusks on that female. I think that's a female. She's an incredible specimen. Is definitely a female. Okay, well, we're going to be moving off, going to check on one of the small crossings coming up on the left called Hippo Crossing, and in the meantime, let's go to my favorite little chief.
look at that. Look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Hosanna with the monitor lizard.
Hosanna, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosanna at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Juma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
Back here again. So you can easily see here that this hyena is going towards this direction. So if you can check here, the big cats, they have got 3 lobes. Here we can only see 1, 2 lobes. And if you look here, I've got a toenail and a toenail, whereas the big cats don't have the toenails. But other cats such as the cheetahs, they also have the toenails on the ground. So big cats such as leopards and the lions is the one that normally they don't have the toenails on their tracks. They only bring them out when they want to use them. So this track here is showing you that this is a hyena track. And also the toes on the ground for the cats, they are much more round, whereas the hyenas is like a banana shape. So now let's carry on and see if we are going to be lucky with our search. So now let's go to Steve. I miss Steve already. He's got one of the birds in the Masai Mara at the moment.
Thanks, Sydney. We have indeed found a bird. This looks like a white-browed kukul. The first one for me. Very characteristic in its shape and design to be a kukul. You can see it's quite streaky. It's got that very rufous sort of wing bar down on the side, but that wide eyebrow, very easily seen. I haven't seen one of these before. The Burchell's and Senegal kukul are very, very different in their design, but behavior-wise, very, very similar. They are an omnivore, being quite predatory on small birds and eggs within nests. And they're generally quite skulking birds that like to sort of disappear into the thickets, into the bushes, like the one they're sitting on at the moment. But right now, they're enjoying the sunshine that's coming in from the east. And it's probably been a little bit of a cold night. It was pretty windy last night. And so they are there doing their thing. Very nice. It's a lifer for me. One more to the list. And the immature looks very similar to the adult, but it doesn't have... The white is sort of more of a yellowy, lighter color. So that's probably a breeding pair right there. You see that very firm, strong beak enables them to kill young chicks in the nest, also to break open eggs. And they're also quite a good insect eater and foraging. They move through the trees, jumping from branch to branch. Very skulking, as I said. It's not often that you see them just sitting. Well, it's the first time me seeing this individual, but the kukuls themselves in general are normally quite shy birds that generally hide around. Hello, you want to know if it's a songbird? Well, I haven't heard the call before. I've just opened my app. So if you listen closely to my microphone, let's hear what they sound like. There we go. Very similar to the kukuls in general. All kukuls have that very similar sort of water pouring out of a bottle, gurgling sort of sound. It was very cool to hear.
Well, it's true that most animals do benefit from it indirectly in some ways. They will, and obviously our leopards use termite mounds quite regularly for an area to be able to scan and scout for food, as well as obviously sometimes even eating them. Now, we've got Tingana, who you can see is staring with intent to the northern side, and the reason why is that, there's hyenas with a kill here. they've got more of a kill. So there's a whole bunch of hyenas that are coming through just on my right-hand side. And look, Hosanna's now noticed it too. He's going to try and see if he can maybe thieve this, but we've got a problem here because he's going to get chased up a tree. There we go. Look at that. There's hyenas absolutely everywhere all of a sudden. So we've got hyenas coming in, and there's definitely one that's carrying a carcass at the moment. So why they've all of a sudden arrived, I saw Corky come in as well as Pretty. They were around, and so everybody has kind of moved in at once, and it's interesting to go and see. I want to try and just go forward a little bit and actually see what this hyena is carrying, because I think these are the same hyenas that Sydney had earlier that had food. Oh, sorry, little one. Didn't even see this. Look at that. She's got bad wounds on her. I'm not going to go behind the car. Don't go behind the car. There's one that's got these horrible wounds on its back of its leg. And it might come round on Craig's left-hand side. Just waiting to try and see if it does. But they've all of a sudden, hyenas have arrived from all over the place. And like I say, one has definitely got a meal in it. So we're going to go try and get to the one that's got food, because I want to just quickly see what it's actually eating. It'll be interesting. I have a funny feeling that maybe, just maybe, it's got something to do with the wild dogs. And the reason why I say that is because the wild dogs were seen last night crossing in from Chitwa towards Djuma and Torchwood. And so if they've come from central side, it could be that maybe the dogs killed something. Oh, that's a beautiful tree that Hosanna's in. The dogs have killed something, and that's why they've now sort of scavenged that. But this hyena that I saw, there's one there that's got blood on it, and there's another one carrying something close by here. We'll get to Hosanna in the tree just now. I'm just trying to find where the other hyena is. Can you see it, Craig? The one that's carrying meat, us straight in front by the termite mound. So it's walking quite far. I don't know if we can maybe just try and get a shot from here even. It's going to be very difficult. But it's moving in that area. There it is. Going to the den by the looks of it. So Proud Cat Mama, how does a hyena clan form or come together? Well, most of the time it's obviously they're born into the clan, and the clan then just grows from there. You will get times where the clan itself or new members will arrive, so males will distribute out. Very seldom females distributing out, but it does happen. There are splits that take place, particularly if the clans get too big and difficult to find food. Then you can sometimes see it. Now we're going to come back to our leopards shortly. I just want to see if maybe they're taking food back to the den, because that's what it looks like. Looks like they're heading in that direction. So I just want to quickly try and see what's going on. I'll head back to Hosanna because he's in the most perfect tree at the moment, and try and see what we can get. But hyena was moving this way. It seemed like it was a bit shy to kind of stick around. So it has been confirmed that the hyena with the kill is the one that Sydney saw on Central. Well, it's very possible. Like I say, I'm pretty sure that it's them. They've got blood all over them, all of the ones that have arrived recently. Now, where did it go? The den should be straight in front of me. The den should be just here in front, so I'm pretty sure that's where it's headed. Obviously don't want to disturb them too much. Where's that hyena now? Okay, well, let's go to the den itself. There's a nice little 2-track that runs straight to the den, so let's just go there and have a little quick look. We'll head back to the leopards shortly. I know it's just that we haven't seen this little one in a long time, and a lot of you love to see hyena cubs, and so it seems like a good idea to try and go and just see if this meat is being taken back. Right, now I'm going to try and get towards the den itself. Hopefully that hyena is arriving there as we speak, and while we try and get there, let's send you back across to the bushwalk team and see if they've managed to uncover why these hyenas have got blood all over them.
Hey, I nearly fell there. I stumbled just across a step there. So now we are right behind these hyena tracks, and it seems like the hyenas that we are tracking is the very same hyenas that went to Tristan's sighting at the moment. And I'm sure one of them has got quite a lot of blood on it. It's the one that we saw earlier, and that is giving us a confirmation that the hyenas here, they don't just walk purposelessly. So this hyena, where it's coming from, we want to see where it's coming from and what he was doing, because now Tristan is there with them now, also by another kill. So I'm just trying to listen, just to see if maybe I can hear some kind of alarm. Oh, these buffaloes. That's why I can hear the alarm calls there. You can see there's a head of buffaloes crossing the road there now. There was the Francolin calling, so I was just being curious. So now I can see the buffaloes are there. So now we have to work out in a safe approach direction so that we can have a good sighting. It's going to be interesting here. It's not only buffaloes, same direction. I can even see the zebras there. So we are going to see, but the tracks, they are going the opposite side. So we will still carry on with the tracks, but we will just quickly now try and set up an approach direction before we carry on looking for Kalamba and Thandi. Jojo, thank you very much for the reminder. We got to be very careful because, yes, the wind as well here. It is stable, the wind is blowing a little bit, but this wind is not trustworthy. It can change at any time. So we've got to be very, very careful. It's quite a very big breeding head. So now let's go to Steve, who is looking for the interesting birds.
Always looking for birds, Sydney. Well, we're finally going to get to that hippo crossing now. It's taking us some time because there's lots of birds around. Just spent a few moments with an African jacana there, but it was a juvenile. And the juvenile, if you look at it very quickly, you can almost think it's a lesser jacana, which I haven't seen in many, many years. But after investigation, it was just a juvenile African jacana, paler, not as dark in color, but clearly not a lesser jacana. Sorry about the, there we go. We got a few of the bigger bovids in the area. They are down just in this little depression, enjoying some mud, enjoying some greenery, and they are pretty much knee deep in what is a very, very wet and inundated sort of offshoots of the Mara River. These are areas that were very dry when I was here last, but if you look to the right a little bit, James, can you go a little bit right? There's that buffalo. He's completely in there. Now, you can imagine you need some serious four-wheel drive to be able to maneuver through that, because it's not just water, it's mud. And it's thick, it's almost quicksand-like. But it seems as if the buffalo are quite enjoying those little plants growing on top of the water.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
You can see I have got a very big head of the buffaloes at the moment, and these buffaloes are very much curious. I'm not going to spend much time here, despite the fact that the wind is on my favor, but I can see that a lot of them, they are not settled. They are all not doing anything. They're just looking, staring towards my direction, my approach direction. There were some zebras who gave them an information about our presence at the moment, so you can see that they're all looking at us. So their sense of smell is very good. The wind is coming towards our direction. Their eyesight is not that very good, but I can promise you, these buffaloes, they know that something is here. So I'm just going to now slowly leave the area, and then we can carry on looking for the hyenas. So you can see that these buffaloes, and they are not that very far. They are really looking at us, and we really don't want to disturb them. Yeah, this is indeed very, very intense. You can look, they are right there. It's quite a very big head. You can see everywhere is just black. It's a very long convoy. So these buffaloes are still much more active now because the weather is on their favor. I can see that it is overcast at the moment, so they're going to have to eat now and go to the nearest waterhole. Their nearest waterhole here now is Chitwa Dam, but they're heading much more towards Twins Dam area. Pauline, the chances of these buffaloes to charge, they are very much low. Why? Because we are on a comfort distance. The distance between us and them is very long at the moment. Only if we trespass the comfort zone and enter an alert zone is where they are going to start what they're doing and try to also investigate much further. And if we trespass that, they will give me some warning signals. If I pass the warning zone, anything is going to happen to us. I will be right at the critical zone. But now we are leaving the buffaloes in peace. So now let's go back to Hosanna just by the tree with Tristan.
Yes, he is. He's up in the tree at the moment and kind of scouting out, looking out into the distance towards the sort of western side, which is where that other hyena went. That's kind of roughly the area that guy had, well, lady, I think it was. It looked like a female hyena that had that carcass went. And maybe Hassan is thinking about trying to go and chase that one off and get a meal of his own, but he's probably got zero chance, given how many hyenas are around. If he even remotely tries to steal anything, he's going to get himself into a bit of a spot of bother, I would say. And there's actually a hyena that's walking right behind us. That's why he's kind of looking over his shoulder, and very, very full of blood behind us at the moment. So it's not a great view because it's too close. It hopefully will come around to our left. It looks like one of the big females. I can't see nicely. All I can see is just a head that's poking out. So she should come around fairly shortly. There we go. So just kind of looking through from there and watching what's going on. But it's amazing. Then you got these kind of interactions between all these animals, and it was bound to happen given the proximity to the den site. We were bound to get a lot of hyenas in this particular sighting.
Very warm and slightly sticky afternoon to you all who are joining us on our afternoon sunset safari for the day. We are at Galagopan and starting with a bang, a small herd of elephants who are drinking. My name is Lauren, and on camera I have the one and only Davisito. And it's a very hot day, as I probably already mentioned, 29 degrees Celsius and 85 degrees Fahrenheit. There you have it. I remembered it for once. So we literally just approached the pan, and it's just the most wonderful sighting. Not the largest herd, but we've got some youngsters in here, some old girls, and they're all just thoroughly enjoying the water. There's a youngster right in the middle. Decided lots of splashing. One of the youngsters just decided, I'm just going to go right on in, paddle and pool. Isn't that amazing? And of course, it is all happening right in front of us right now because we're live and we're interactive. So you're welcome to talk to us, send in your comments and questions using the hashtag Safari Live on Twitter or on the YouTube chat stream. Let's just take a listen for a minute. Everyone's very happy about what an excellent start. And you know what? It just makes me want to run and jump in there. They just look like they're enjoying it so much. And one of the ones at the back is soaking, completely covered itself in water. Safari lovers asking about Galago pan, and yes, it is one of the pans that is pumped around here, so it has a year-round supply of fresh water. And as you can see, it's quite a small pan, but it provides for all the animals that are water dependent, especially during the harsh winters. And that's what is bringing the elephants here. Did you see that? What are you doing? I'm not sure if you saw that, but that one just squeezed all the water out his trunk, making a little fountain. Generally, elephants do enjoy water. They need it. They're water dependent. They drink. They drink a lot. But generally, they just love it. It feels so good, especially on hot days like today. Anne's saying she loves this.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this?
I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Yeah, but his head. Right, well, this is perfect timing because we've managed to just get ourselves into position now to be able to actually see Hukamuri, who's, as you can see, having a little bit of a feast on his impala that he managed to catch earlier today. That's, well, Steve was with him earlier, so a perfect way to start our afternoon with Ellies and a leopard. I think so anyway. My name's Tristan. On camera I've got Sebastian, and it is a very warm welcome to Wendy this afternoon. Hopefully we're going to have a good afternoon. We're going to spend quite a bit of time here, well, as much time as we can with Hukamuri, and the reason why we're going to try and spend as much time with him is because, well, not only is he going to kind of feed and eat like this, but he might take it up into a tree for us, as well as there might be things like hyenas that come
a little bit later. So it's a worthwhile endeavor to spend some time here. Also, we don't get to see Hukamuri all that often, so it's always nice when he is around to try and maximize the time that we are with him. I'm quite surprised, to be honest, that he's eating at this time of the day. And it's still quite warm this afternoon. So I would have thought that he would have probably been resting and then would have eaten just before sort of sunset and then tried to kind of move the carcass towards a tree. What he might be doing is just lightening that carcass a little bit by eating it. So kind of getting out the stomach content and just kind of trimming off little bits, and makes it much easier to drag it around and up into a tree. His problem, though, that he's going to have is that he's got not the greatest sort of trees around him. I mean, he's obviously got one that he's lying underneath at the moment that's a fallen over tree, but that's not really going to be great in terms of pulling it up. And I was just looking around. I mean, there's the odd tumbuti that's here, but it's nothing really fantastic from a kind of hanging point of view. So it'll be interesting to see which one he does choose in the end. The thing, though, for us is, I'm afraid, is that I also don't think hyenas are going to find this very easily. This is quite well hidden, and the fact that it's nice and low down means the scent is not going to really be kind of wafting around too much. You'll find that if it's on higher ground and the wind was blowing a little bit more heavily, you would probably expect the scent to kind of get wafted around all over the place. And because it's still so fresh, I'm not sure hyenas will come in this evening unless he starts to crunch quite a lot and some hyena walks close by, then they might come in. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Hyena and Hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little Hippo. Look at this last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby Hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds.
Hukamori. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Darcy, not really, and I'll tell you why. Unfortunately, it's an incredibly poor visual at the moment. As you can see, he's kind of in underneath this thicket. So it's difficult to say how much has been eaten. What we can see, though, is that there's the whole head and neck area, and then that comes kind of down towards the sort of ribs, and he looks like he's eating off the rump section. So I suspect that he's eaten quite a bit of that rump area, but in terms of how much he's eaten from the rest of the body, tricky to say. I'm not even sure if he's maybe eaten some legs or something like that, but let's see. He might pick it up and move it. Nope, he's going to cover it with some grass. So this is very, very common to hear. Now just listen, you can hear him actually pulling. Let's see if he'll do it again. I don't know if you can hear that, but he's essentially scraping debris all over the top of this impala. It's a common thing to see from cats. They do this regularly for their food, and it's just to try and mask that scent a little bit. So you find that they do this, they rake it, particularly over the rumen. They will rake all kinds of dirt just to make sure that the carcass doesn't smell too much and that they're able to mask that quite nicely. So it's an interesting kind of way that they do it, but I think he's probably done feeding for now. I wouldn't be surprised that he's going to go and try and find a nice spot. But judging by his belly, he's not massively full. I mean, he's full, but not hugely round. So I don't think he's eaten as much as maybe we initially thought. So, Mrs. Lapwing, where is Hukamori on the property? Well, he is at the moment in the far sort of western part of Djuma as per normal. So we have a road called Powerlines Road, and he is basically just south of Powerlines Road and a little bit east of our boundary road, Triple M. So in terms of how far that is from Arathusa, it's about, I would say about 50, 60 meters to the east of that boundary road. But we're going to have to try and reposition now because he's moved onto the other side to go and find himself a better spot to go and lie down, which is going to be quite interesting because it's incredibly thick in this area. And so while I do that and try and find him again, let's send you back across to Lauren and see how she's getting on.
It is so good to have Hukamuri back in town. I have not seen the Hook since we first discovered that he had an eye injury. All that time ago. Are my hippos here? Are they here? And yes, they are. Okay, Davy, this is not going to be easy, but let's give everyone a glimpse. How should I position for you? Okay, so we're just in that drainage near the dam cam. And here we have the hippo. I think if I go forward a little bit, it'll be better. Okay, I'm going to roll. Okay, possibly not. Slightly better. And here we have the hippo. I can only see one this time. I did come the other day and there was two. But we have a snoozy, sleepy hippo who's probably very uncomfortable in the sun and just trying to seek out as much shade. But from what I can see from this terrible angle, he's not really done a good job in seeking out shade. His whole backside is in the sun. And of course, being hippos, they do require water on their skin. And there's your oxpecker pecking away. Yummy. And I do apologise, it's not the best view. This hippo just really nestles himself right into the vegetation here, and it's really difficult to get a view of him every single day. But at least we know he's here. And there was two, so we do think it could be the two from Buffelshoek Dam that are, of course, now around our little dam. Okay, I'm not giving up. We've still got time. And it is the time of the predators. So it looks like Hukamuri is back to feasting on his dinner.
It's always the right attitude to have, Lauren, is that you're not going to give up, and there is always time to find these lions, and hopefully they'll pop out soon for Lauren. It's the best time of day, really, to be looking for them. They should be waking up now. As you can see with Hukamuri, he's up and he's awake and kind of feeding now. And so the lions theoretically should be up and moving, and maybe they're going to emerge onto one of the roads, which will certainly help Lauren in terms of her quest to find them. But Hukamuri, instead of taking it up the tree, as you can see, is really just having an absolute feast on the ground. It's much more comfortable for him to eat on the ground than it is in a sort of tree that's got sharp little branches everywhere and is making a kind of, making life difficult for him. So he'll eat here, and if hyenas come, then just straight up. It's really that simple. He doesn't have anything to worry about at this stage, and so it's a clever tactic, that's for sure. So Steve, you were just wondering what if there's no reason to hoist, would he not hoist it? So no, not necessarily. I mean, he's prepped himself, and this is what experience teaches a leopard, is that it's all about prepping for what could potentially happen. So this cat has dragged it to the tree in case there is something that arrives, but he can feed on the ground until such time as there is that moment where he needs to go up. So what he's going to do is he'll wait, and if he hears hyenas coming or the hyenas start rushing in, he's literally going to grab that. It's not a very big, heavy carcass, and he can grab it and he can just jump straight up into the tree and out of the way of the hyenas long before they even get anywhere near him, if he sees them coming. And it's why he would have chosen the tree on the mound, and why he's eating up on the mound now is because from there he's got a nice 360-degree view, pretty much, of his surrounding areas, and therefore much easier for him to be able to see what's going on. Now you will notice there is a light that is shining there, so that's just guests that are in the sighting that are photographically orientated, and so they're using a light just to kind of light him up. Unfortunately, they don't have infrared, so for them it's a little bit more tricky. For us, we can at least still view using the infrared lights, but I suspect that once he's finished feeding here, he's just going to go back to lying like he was, and only really if something comes is he going to actually take it up. At the end of the day, it's expending a lot of energy to hoist a kill. And so, if a leopard can avoid it for a while, they will. Some leopards are different, though. Some leopards, just as soon as they kill, they just get it up, and particularly if it's a comfortable tree to feed in, then they just take it up straight away and kind of get it done and finished. But the more he can eat and the more he can lighten it, the better it is.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Yeah, look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
So I'm not convinced that, as I was about to say now, that it's got a lot of vision there, but maybe it's getting healing and that vision is slowly starting to get better. I'm not sure. It would have been interesting when he first had it if there was any light coming back. I don't know, but there's certainly a little pinprick of light there around that pupil area, so maybe he's got sort of cloudy vision on that particular eye, or it's going to heal up and it's going to get much better. I'm not really sure. Encouraging signs, though, isn't it? I'll try and ask the guys that are in the know as to what that means, is if there is any sort of vision that is in there. If that is the case, I'll try and see if I can get hold of the ophthalmologist and see what they say about it. It would be interesting to know, that's for sure, whether or not that pinprick of light is indeed indicative of some semblance of vision or not. Nice, though. Nice to see that there is some hope there. I suppose it's like a little flickering light of hope. Certainly not as big as the reflection that we're seeing off that left eye at this stage, but, it is a healing eye, so maybe in time it will start to look the same again. Otherwise, looks good. I mean, I'm quite surprised at how good he looks. I mean, his ear's perky again. And, it doesn't look as though it's just flopping down with this massive hole. It at least looks as though he's got his ear functioning perfectly fine. And it's quite interesting with leopards and their ears. And I'm yet to work out or find any information on what kind of happens there. But it's almost like they get a slight sort of nerve issue
when they fight sometimes and their ear collapses and they kind of get this horrible looking droopy ear syndrome, and then a few weeks later it kind of all sorts itself out and the ear becomes perky and completely movable again. I've seen it a few times. I mean, Tingana's had it, Hokomuri's had it, and I've seen it in many other leopards throughout the Sabi Sands, that they sometimes have a little altercation, ear goes a little bit funny for a few days and then back to normal again. So nice that his ears are looking good. It certainly looked like a horrible, nasty, sore wound, but it's incredible the healing power of these cats. You always think that a wound of that nature on a human would just be an absolute disaster and it would really require a serious amount of care. And then you think that these guys spend all their life out in the bush. There's no one taking care of them. There's no antibiotic. There's no cleaning of the wound really with disinfectant. There's no feeding carefully, monitoring diet, these kind of things. Instead, they're rolling around in dirt. They're putting their heads in carcasses. They, doing all the things that as a human, if you did that, you'd probably end up dead. But these guys are able to kind of survive off that, which to me is a testament to just how strong and how kind of well evolved these animals are in terms of staying alive.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Irresistible Guy. Is this a public place where people can drive, or is it private? No, it is private. You may not drive here unless you are a guest at one of the lodges, and even then you may not drive off the main roads that access those lodges. You are only allowed to guide here if you are guiding from a lodge point of view, or from obviously what we do, which is obviously not a lodge, but otherwise no. If you are not a qualified guide and you're not in any way affiliated to the lodges or the properties in which this area is formed, you may not drive on these roads. You certainly may not off-road. You may not do any of those things. So we are a private sector that is connected to a public sector, and you might ask how that works, but essentially we've got the Kruger National Park, and then along its western boundary is the Greater Kruger Parks, or that what forms the Greater Kruger Parks, or the APNR, and that is private reserves that have joined the Kruger National Park in order to expand the area and to be able to make a place that is better for wildlife. Is he going up the trees?
We're going up the tree, but not where we are.
Not where we are. I can just see his shoulders, so he's still sitting there. But it's really not ideal for where we are. I was hoping he wasn't going to be like this. Seb, should we just try and reposition all together and just see maybe we get something better from some other angle? Okay, so we're going to try. But so basically the animals can move all over the place. You as a public can go and drive in the Kruger National Park on designated roads. You may not off-road there, but you can drive on designated roads. Of course he is. Seb, let me just stop there so you can kind of see him. Boy, that was not your best attempt at getting up there, but well done anyway. He had to kind of pull himself up like a pull-up. It's typical that he would go up behind the tree, unfortunately. But anyway, he's up there, and at least it's a better view of what's going on. Boy, what are you doing? You're figuring out where you're going to put your kill. Maybe it's just gotten to that time where it was a bit dark, so you thought, oh, I'm going to get it up there. But you can see what I mean about the tree not really being a nice tree for feeding. So you might go up a little bit more. There we go. Very agile. Well done, Hooks. And you're going to place it up there somewhere where you can actually potentially hang it over a branch and then be able to feed. What are you doing, boy? Right, now while Hooks decides where he's going to place his impala in order to carry on feeding, I'm going to send you across to Lauren, who's got, sounds like an epic sighting of little leverets.
We have a small, cute, young little scrub here, who's absolutely adorable. Hello, little scrubby. We're seeing a lot of young scrub here. No. We can't see you if you stay there. Hold on. Just go with it. There you go, Davy. Still got it. How adorable is this? And of course, scrub hares and rabbits do differ quite dramatically. The gestation period for a hare is actually much longer than a rabbit. A rabbit is about 30 to 31 days. He's so cute. Where are you going? Where are you going? It's going crazy. And off it goes. How cute was that? I'm still using my torch pretending it's a spotlight. That was very sweet. Yes, so the scrub hares, their gestation period is longer. It's about 42 days. Oh, I'm in the wrong gear. And a rabbit's is about 30 to 31 days. So judging by that alone, you can probably figure out a hare is born very precocial, which means fully developed, got fur, and can really regulate their own body temperature and, you know, start to run soon after birth. Whereas a rabbit, because the gestation period is much shorter, they're actually born very altricial. The kittens are very altricial, underdeveloped, no fur, and really have no ability to regulate their own body temperature when they are very, very young little kittens. Oh, everybody thought that was cute. It's so cute. There's just so many young scrub hares at the minute. It's very, very sweet. We got suckling the other night as well, which was a first for me, and it was a really rare and beautiful encounter. So I do feel a bit strange using this torch, but it is better than nothing if we can pick up this sort of reflective shine.
Well, I was going to give up on the search for lions because Aubrey just called in that their tracks crossed to the north around Hyena Road. So roughly close to where Lauren was searching for them yesterday, and they were being highly uncooperative in her search. But now Aubrey's just called in to say that they are crossing back to the south. I don't have any further details, so I will still look for lions, I think. I'm just going to let him track a little bit more to confirm where exactly they've gone.
So for now, I'm just...
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Be quite mysterious. Morning. Definitely not a hyena, Darby. I'm very rusty. Been gone for 2 weeks, but I can still identify the different animals, and this is not a hyena. Good morning to Nancy while we get into a good place to view our ellies. Nancy wants to know who Corky is, which is actually fair enough. I always forget that we often have new viewers jumping on board and that it's not entirely fair to expect them to know what on earth we are babbling on about without any explanation. Corky is the matriarch of the Juma clan. So hyena clans are female dominated, typically, generally speaking, because the females are the ones that stick around. Their rank is inherited for the most part. So she is essentially the head honcho of the Juma clan. Now, forgive me, I will explain more about that in a bit when we don't have ellies in front of us, but for now, we're going to switch trains of thought, and we're going to chat about the lovely sighting in front of us. Morning. Wasn't this lovely? I'm going to interrupt it with a sneeze. Oh, no, it's gone. Shame. Doesn't exactly look like there's much nutrients there in the grass that they're trying to feed on. What we'll find with the ellies at the moment is that they're spending a lot of time feeding around fallen trees. And the reason that they do that is fallen dead trees, oh, cute, using its foot, actually act as a sort of a seed bank. Oh, look at this little one here, Darby. Can you see it? Morning. Oh, you're very intimidating. Would you like to come say hello to me? That would really make my morning. I really do miss ellies while I'm away. No, that's dirt. You don't want to eat dirt. It's a very pretty dance. You've been practicing. Yes, you spin it around. That's it. That's how your trunk works. No, don't go away. You're bringing us so much joy. The awesome thing about baby elephants, they don't really know how their trunks work yet. So you get little moments just like that. Here we go. Female doing what I was talking about. Pulling away at dead trees to get to the protected areas underneath. And in that case, actually, what she's doing is digging for the roots of that poor tree. There's not much for them. I find it amazing looking at the way the vegetation looks at the moment. I find it astounding that a 2 to 4 ton animal can actually find enough in the way of nutrients to sustain itself. In just a few short months, this place will not be recognizable. Be green, lush. At least I hope it will. I'm just letting you listen for a second.
Find a way into the kill to eat, get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, 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 this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Inkahuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her.
Use their trunks. And it's exactly like a toddler learning to use their hand and building up that sort of hand-eye coordination that they will perfect in the rest of their lives. Hey, Mommy. Beautiful. Yes, you are. I love moments like this. It's just so, so special to spend time this close to elephants. It really is. There's a drongo, the one that you heard chirping in the background. He or she is here to pick up the insects that they disturb in their feeding. But anyway, we were talking a little bit about elephants' trunks, and we'll continue that conversation in a little bit. But first, let us watch Hukumuri doing what leopards do best.
Well, he's up, everybody. We can now officially tell you for sure that it is Hukumuri who is here in the scene. And he's busy scratching around the base of the tree for any scraps that might have fallen. Waste not, want not. Are you going to go up, boy? I wonder. He's thinking about it. There's nothing up in the tree. That would just be an energy waste. Just going to stay right here, Sid. Do you want me to move?
Let's see what it does.
He's going to walk behind us, everybody, so do apologize if we get... Oh, there we go. He's going to sit right there. So let's go move back a few meters. Or get him in a beautiful spot as he decides to clean himself. Now I can finally, at some stage, get a nice close-up of the old injury on his head. Tell me when you're happy, Mr. Seb. Right there. Okay, there we go. What a magnificent cat. So this is the common behavior after a bit of eating. Look at that hole. That was a hole by the ear, everybody. Isn't that incredible? You can see the sort of healed scratches behind the ear. No, the hole is in front of the ear, just there, that sort of brown patch there. That is where the hole in the head was, right at where the ear joins the top of the head. Everybody who remembers that hole looked quite difficult to understand the depth of. And now it just looks like there's just a little sort of tear where the ear itself attaches itself back to the head. So what that was, it's very hard to tell you, everybody, but he's got a bit of blood on his body from no doubt getting his head deep into his impala carcass. Misty, can you believe it, eh? 2.5 weeks, still less than 2.5 weeks. He's gone from what looked like an unmanageable hole in the head to just this perfectly healed sort of hairless patch. I wonder if the hair will grow back. Probably not, but I'm sure that's the least of his concerns. His girlfriend Shaludu still finds him attractive. Still likes to run up and say hello. It is amazing, everybody.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Hosanna with the monitor lizard.
Hosanna, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosanna at the moment.
I want to get a view of that tiny baby. I think it's been born, if not last night, maybe in the last 2 days. Actually, Jonathan, that's a really, really good question, because yes, you are spot on. Jonathan wants to know if as the way he phrased it is, the sucked-in temples on an elephant are representatives, or at least a way of aging an elephant. And yes, sunken temples are a really very good indication of how old an elephant is. The best way of aging an elephant is, of course, to look at their teeth, because all of this eating constantly grinds down their teeth. They replace their teeth 6 times in their lifetime. So that's the most accurate way of aging an elephant. But obviously, with wild elephants, you can't get them to just simply open their mouths and show you their teeth. So that is one way of looking at it. So that old cow that's about to walk out in front of us, she's giving us a nice demonstration there. As they get older, and skin loses a little bit of elasticity, a little bit of subcutaneous fat, then you find that the skin starts to sink in around the temples. Now she's probably, I would guess, 35, maybe 40. She might even be older than that. To be honest, I've never had the opportunity to properly age an elephant except for experience of just looking at them and guessing. I've seen what a 50, 60-year-old elephant cow looks like, and their skin looks like parchment and is stretched over their skulls. And she doesn't look like that at all. So I would say that that would be an elephant cow in her prime. This one's a little bit younger. So obviously quite a bit older than the tiny little calf we saw earlier, but not by much. I wouldn't put these two over a year or so. It does look, that little Ellie's got an ear piercing. What happened there, little one? Probably a branch. Oh, there we go. Look, there's baby. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. We are very wobbly still. Sure. The little elephant in front is desperately trying to attract our attention away from the younger one. I don't know where to look. What do we look at, Dov? Which ones? These little two, I think. Come on. What was I talking about? Oh, I was saying they're not much older than a year, if that. Oh, that baby. Oh. It is so wobbly. That's why it walked across the road with such an arched back, because it was actually trying not to fall over. Oh no, where to look? I just don't know. They're not giving us an option, are they, Dobby? They do, don't they? And many of you saying that these two look like twins. Oh, very good. You get applause for that. You did a little stand on your back legs there. Oh, plop. Yes, up we get. All the elephant.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
No, don't stop your games. I would sneak a little bit closer, but I think if I do that, I'm going to cut off one of the individuals from the rest of the herd. I know, I was just thinking that. These older elephants... Oh, Darby, I know I spoke about that elephant, but look, we're doing a headstand. Now we stopped doing a headstand. Was that yoga? Morning yoga? Or just seeing what you could do with your little body? Okay, this one's not too it's not too unsettled. I'm going to get a little closer. These Ellies are in such a nice mood. Just sit for a sec. Would you mind if I snuck past you? Thank you. Much appreciated. Sure. The mother of this youngster, these two are so cute. I'm jumping all over the place. Poor Darby's having a terrible time trying to follow what I'm talking about. But the mother of this baby elephant, the tiny baby, is very young. She is so young. This must be her first baby. She's probably not much older than about 15. She's really small compared to some of the more grown-up females in this herd. So this is her very first baby. Well done, girl. You've done a brilliant job. Right, back to these two boisterous youngsters. This is a favorite game of young elephants. This is a very important part of being a baby elephant, is to be able to climb onto the back of a similar-sized youngster. And something that you'll see will continue on into when they become fully grown males. And in that situation, it then becomes more of a dominance display. In this case, it's entirely innocent play. Now, Karen, looking at this tiny baby, you want to know how long elephants are in labor for. You know, I don't actually know, because I've never been in a position where I can observe the very start of the labor and its completion. I imagine, much like with human beings, it can vary from individual to individual. Darby, I'm going to shuffle forward so that you've got a clear view there, because I've got a perfect view from where I am with the drongo. And there, how's that?
Yeah.
There we go. I suspect it varies, but I don't know by how much. I also think that for most animals out here, a quicker labor is better, obviously, because it attracts less attention. So even an elephant could potentially be at risk when it is giving birth, although typically the herd does stick around to protect it. So I would say anywhere from probably 45 minutes to potentially a couple of hours, and maybe even more. You know, we don't know exactly when their labor starts. They can't tell us. Perhaps in some situations their water might not break, which does happen.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother. Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
I don't know who they are.
Oh, that one looks like June. The back. I could be wrong. Oh, he's not happy. Sorry, they're going behind the car. They're going to pick up his scent in a minute. And they're going to probably go and try and say hello to him. But he's just doing what leopards do best. It wouldn't be a surprise if he did lead us to the den. Oh, they're going right up to his scent mark. And they're smelling. They're behind the car now. Sorry about that, everybody. He's staring at them with deathly eyes. They're both smelling where he urinated on top of the termite mound. Sniffing and sniffing and sniffing. And they're probably also going to urinate on top of it in defiance. They would be able to smell that and know, ooh, this is that Hukumuri guy who is quite formidable. I don't want to mess with him. So cool. Look at that look in his eyes. Sonia, yes, leopards, lions, hyena, all enemies. They will kill each other if they get the opportunity. But those hyenas have got nothing to steal from him now. They wouldn't necessarily have a go at him without any food, any reward. And they might follow him to try and pick up on whatever kill he tries to make, but they wouldn't dare try and challenge a big male leopard for no reason. A female leopard, possibly. They have been known to kill lions or to kill leopards as well when the time arises, but a big male leopard and a lioness is really a formidable match for a hyena. But generally what they do is they try and steal their food. So he's going to keep heading on his same path. He was only briefly interrupted. Oh, wow. Chris Rogue, that was comments and Tsaka. Thank you very much. I don't know my Juma male hyenas, that's for sure. I just saw the very clean ears and the lack of what seemed to be spot pattern on the bigger of the two. And it looked like June for a moment, but that was a brief glance. Two boys. So it probably won't be leading us to the den if it was the two boys. Remember that time I followed Hukumuri and he led us to the Juma clan den around January, around Christmas, January time, and then we got to have all of those wonderful times with the Juma clan. June and Pretty and Corky had her cubs there as well. Okay, so he's jumped up on top of this termite mound. I wonder if this is the termite mound that I had Tingana that time. Oh, we're going to need to get around and give you a nice shot. So many of these termite mounds look the same in this big block. Let's just try to get you in a nice position. Tell me when, Sebi.
As forward as you can.
Okay. Just wait as Rex moving forward.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. There they are.
Look at that.
If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Center, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the center is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
It wasn't Comet, it was Causa. Okay, well, I'm glad all of you out there know these names of these young males. With a very quick glance, it was two hyenas on the move. And Hukumuri, regardless of who the hyena is, he's going to look at them warily, go flat, try and avoid their detection. We are indeed trying to work very hard to get in front of Hukumuri. He hasn't stopped moving since you last saw him. And he does seem to have a little bit of a limp on him. I think maybe he just stood on a little stone or something. maybe a thorn out here in Sandy Patch. There's a few thorns out here. He's going to turn and walk past us now, I reckon. What do you reckon, Seb? No? So now he hasn't walked very far from, he's actually done a bit of a loop again, and he's heading back towards power lines, which is, I suppose, he's just got this little territory he's trying to sort of do, or maybe there was another leopard there that we didn't see. Obviously, he's gone behind the car. We can reposition as well as we want to. He's just going to change his direction. Oh, there we go. He's taking the thorn out of his foot now. He's going to come right through the gap here. He's become a very relaxed male leopard. They still give him a lot of space. Oh, there's another two hyenas coming up behind us. I think these might be the same two. You stay on him, I'll let you know if they get closer. They look like they're the same two. I think they're trying to find him. Remember I said about following. Hyena are very opportunistic and they like to follow leopards, and then after the kill has been made, they'll run in and steal the kill. Okay, here they come off on my right here, Seb. You might be able to get this one here, just off to the right of this little bush. And the second one's coming in behind it. They've spotted each other now. Now, the hyena is going to be quite brave if it wants to come in and try and fight. Definitely wouldn't come and challenge him. It would definitely try and steal food if it could, but it wouldn't try and fight him. That's for sure. In numbers, though, they do get a little bit emboldened, and there is a second one going to come behind and join. So this could be awesome. Let's just sit here, and Hukumuri is off to the left, just at the 12 o'clock button, and this hyena is at the 1 o'clock. Here we go. Hukumuri's gone up the tree. Can you believe it? He's gone up this little tree here. There's no point risking. Let me move up just a touch there, Seb. No point risking it from his point of view. They've come and stuck their nose in and they realize there's no food there. But there he is cowering in the tree. You know, when I talk about the fact that the hyenas wouldn't come in and fight, still, male leopard has got nothing to defend. He can't afford to get bitten on the back of his leg. So he could get a broken leg quite easily, and then even trying to jump into a small tree like that could be very difficult. So the hyenas came in with their tails.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Tamira is too full to fight. Well, the hyenas would have come in and tried to steal, so he would have possibly moved off from a kill. Because of the two of them, he might also have stood his ground if there was meat. But always the case, these animals will sort of weigh up their options. And if there's no need to stand your ground, there's no need to stand your ground. Because he could potentially get injured, he could potentially get bitten, and one bite from a hyena could make him pretty much, it could cripple him, and that could be the end of this man's reign. So opportunistic as well as cautious. That's probably why leopards do so well. They are always very very cautious. I've had many times leopards will move off when something approaches them just because they're afraid of whatever it might be. It might be lion, might be hyena, and then once they've ascertained exactly what it is, they sometimes go back in and steal their food back. But that initial sort of surprise is enough to make them move away. Chris Rogue said that those two are Luca and Cacao, two more males. They looked just like the other two to me, but one was big, one was small, one was dark, and one was pale. I don't know, I need to get some proper studies behind the male hyena of Djuma, because, well, it looked to be the same guys, but then I'm no expert in the males of Djuma. I need Jamie to do another Safari Lives episode on identifying the males. And there we get one more shot of him walking towards us, and then we're probably going to move out because he's getting into some thick stuff, and we've got a few photography vehicles here that are trying to do the same as us. Of course, he's going to go around the bush that way. Well, Hukumori, thank you for giving us some wonderful scenes this morning. It's been very cool spending time with you again. Happy to see you on the up and up.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osano with the monitor lizard.
Osano, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osano at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukumuri.
Chris, a hyena that attacks a... I'm going to move out of here, leave these guys to him as he walks into the thickets. Chris, a hyena that attacks a leopard is very brave, and they can quite often chase the leopard off just due to the fact that they've got such a powerful bite force. But if that leopard has got a cub or it's got something it wants to protect, they can be unbelievable adversaries if they want to dig their heels in and fight. A cornered leopard is probably the last animal in the world you want to encounter. So I think one-on-one, a leopard versus a hyena, the leopard will give that hyena a proper go. They're just so quick with front paws, back paws, as well as their teeth. So I do think that a leopard, if it wanted to fight a hyena, would give it a proper go. But I think they avoid it out of necessity due to the fact that if that hyena gets a lucky blow on one of the vital legs or tendons of that leopard's going to be in a lot of trouble. But I wouldn't want to, hyenas are shy, they come in, and only with confidence will they really come in. And often that is buoyed up by having some friends with them. And in that case, we saw that the hyena had a partner coming up behind, and Hukumuri didn't even growl. He didn't even make a noise, which normally I've seen many times in the past. The male leopard just sits there on the floor and he starts growling, and the hyena goes, oh, I don't think I'm going to go in there. But in this case, Hukumuri didn't make a sound, and so the hyenas got excited and they both went in, and that caused him to jump. And once he jumped, then they were like, this is free, let's find what he's left behind. There was nothing there. They booked out as soon as they possibly could, because you don't want to be hanging around. Once the male leopard realizes that you're just two boys or one boy or whatever it is, he might come back down, and then I think just out of necessity the leopards avoid it. But if they want to hold their ground, they most certainly can. Okay, sorry, I didn't get those comms. Okay, well, while we get all the branches out of the car, Seb and I are going to go find a nice place to have a coffee. I think we've earned that. And we're going to send you back over to Jamie, who I think is still having the most wonderful elephant sighting.
I wonder if these Ellies would be happy to help poor Steve out. Probably not. I am so full of joy this morning. This is just the best way to spend a Tuesday morning, and possibly every other morning. That's so cool. I left the mom and the baby because she was a little bit separated from the rest of the herd, so I just gave her some space so that she would feel comfortable shepherding her youngster back in this direction. I'm just enjoying watching them slowly go about their business. Unlike Steve, who's had to cover some serious distance this morning with Hukumuri, we've probably only moved a distance of around about 100 or so meters. Maybe a little bit more. These elephants don't have any particular destination in their minds. They're just munching along. I'm so happy to have elephants back. We went through a period of time in around about June, July, where we didn't see them at all. Holly, I'm going to give you an answer that is based on observation and the and guesswork, I suppose, educated guesswork more than anything. Holly wants to know whether baby elephants are born more during the night or during the day. And I'm inclined to say there's probably there are probably more baby elephants born during the day. And the reason that I say that is because that's very typical for any kind of herbivore, that they will, if they can, they can't control it, but if they can, they will generally give birth during... Okay, none of that sentence made sense. Let's start again. There are more baby animals born during the day because the predators aren't active then. I'm really sorry, none of that made sense. I'm very rusty, this whole talking thing. I'm actually quite a quiet person normally. Antelope, rhino, all of the animals that we generally, that I've seen with babies, the babies are born during the day because the predators, the lions and the hyenas, are less active at that time. However, like with James and his zebra foal birth, sometimes mom never has any control over when that's going to happen, and you'll find that the babies are born at night. Now the next question is, what is it biologically that means that more are born during the day than at night? Am I talking nonsense? Because I've just said mothers have no control over it.
morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
That, or twice as big. Half as big, should I say. He's very, very cute. He's got a baby face, says Lou, the director. Yes, yeah, I suppose he does, if he can show himself behind those little grasses there. He's very cute. You going to come a bit closer? Yeah, here it comes. I've honestly never seen one on their own. I don't know if maybe the rest of the family is off and he's being a little bit cheeky, ferreting around the den. You know, as youngsters will do. Stay home, Mum said. Oh, right. Exactly, the angsty teenage phase, the rebellious stage, where no one knows better than I do. Oh, there we go, a little scratch. Nothing like it. Oh, here it comes. What did you catch? They're very busy moving along. They'll be after all sorts of insects on the floor, ants or termites that might be out, any beetle, grasshopper, a lizard if they can catch it, scorpions if they could dig them out the ground. Oh, Sandy's too quick, eh? You need to be a sports photographer or cameraman to be able to keep up with this guy. Proper action. This is so cool. I didn't think he would stick around for this long. Did you? James, yeah, he is. He is. I mean, he's looking up at the sky every now and again as he moves, but that would be where the danger comes from, definitely from a raptor. But that doesn't always come from the sky. Sometimes they can just be perched in a tree. They can come along. Raptors can see extremely long distances. But yeah, there was just a little hole right here that we first saw him go for. It's only about 2-3 meters from the side of me there. Can you see its ends? Just past that impala dung. It's just a little hole. I'm going to jump off quickly and show you. He's now disappeared into the undergrowth. But here was the hole. Right there. It's possible that this is one of their many little burrows in the ground. Maybe he was just ferreting. It's gone now into that small little, I love to talk about it, but there's a small branch on the floor there that the grass is building up, and that's been damaged by an elephant, and that's creating a habitat, and not just for the mongoose to go into, but for the insects and all the sort of things that he'll be looking for inside. So very, very cool to find a little dwarf mongoose like that. And off we're going to go, and it seems like Ralph has found a tasty treat that this little guy would rather enjoy.
Well, the mongoose would love some termites, but so would these ants that have obviously started raiding this termite colony. And if you look closely, you can actually see some of these ants pulling these termites apart and attacking from all fronts. It looks like mostly soldier termites, and it obviously would be soldier ants as well, but quite difficult to see with the very small ants. There's the odd, much bigger-headed ants as well, but there is a lot going on here. And this is just near to some elephant dung, and, well, these are some of the only arthropods that are active during this time of the year. There are a few others, but mainly the termites.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taking back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and named June is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Juma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
End up in a similar situation. But there are so many of them, and there's so much going on there. It is a complete war, I would say. Tiffany, I don't think there's enough ants to wipe out the entire termite colony. They would, however, make a big dent in the population, but the termites will breed again, and so I'm sure these ants will be taking quite a bit of them for the protein, and they might also take some of their pupa, the larvae, or the eggs as well, so they might be going right down into the base of this colony. You know, we also get matabele ants, but they're more nomadic and they raid much bigger ants than these little reddish ones, reddish black, and they move around. They're very black, and they move around and attack big termite colonies, and they're known for that. I haven't seen much of these little ones attacking these termites. That's why it's quite fascinating, but awesome to watch, eh? You see what I mean? As we're looking for leopards, we just stop along the route and look for all sorts of other things. So we just keep.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve at last. We are live and on drive in a much-needed gap between rain showers. Let's hope that lasts. So, afternoon again, my name is Liam Burrow. I'm going to be the naturalist here in the front seat on Wendy. Our highly talented camera operator for what remains of the afternoon is Owen Dell. Brilliant. So we are hoping to head down towards Gowrie Dam in the hope of relocating on the Tlalamba female. Fingers crossed. Yeah, let's see, maybe with some luck she's tucked in under a bush. Alrighty, but before we get that far, I'd like to remind you that we love to have these drives as interactive as possible, so please feel free to send us as many questions as you can. You're more than welcome to send them to us directly on our Twitter page under the hashtag WildEarth. If you are a viewer under the age of 18, please address them to us on the email address kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You're also more than welcome to head to our channel page, subscribe, and send us your questions there. So I have a feeling if I was a leopard that in today's soggy weather, I would be tucked in under a bush nicely. Let's see what has become of Tlalamba. She was on the dam cam a little bit earlier, but she could obviously have gone almost anywhere by now. And the snag today is that after all the rain, we are unable to off-road. Vicky, nice to have you with us. Glad you're excited to be out. So yeah, no off-roading unfortunately, and that's to do with the soil being super saturated after all the rain in the last 12 hours or so. We don't want to do too much damage, or any damage if we can avoid it. So I think Owen is thinking that that very green bush on the other side of this clearing by the dam cam is where Tlalamba went in. So we will pan a little bit, see if we can see anything. It looks like a very, very dense weeping wattle with some guarri blended in as well. Actually the perfect bush to stash themselves under. But very, very challenging to see anything under it. James Richard, we are glad to hear that, and nice to have you with us again this afternoon. Yeah, let's see what materializes. Hopefully, whatever is out there is as fed up with the rain as we are now, and it's keen to get out onto the road to avoid getting soggy feet. I say fed up. It's obviously a little bit frustrating because it gets in the way of our drives, but the rain is so good for the bush. So in the greater scheme of things, it's a very, very good thing. No, Owen's just commenting that there is nothing to be seen under that great big bush.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. Look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed a marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Negative. So I think from this point it's probably better for us to make some tracks. A little bit earlier during the day we did get audio for a lion contact calling somewhere around the northeastern quadrant of Djuma. So maybe we'll make a few turns. Hopefully we can come across something on the road. Fingers crossed. But let's see what the afternoon/evening has got in store for us. So I think while Owen and I get out on our way, let's head over to Cedric to say good afternoon. Check it out.
Yes, good afternoon, and I'm so glad that we could at least get out from camp this afternoon after a good old downpour during the day. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind our camera this afternoon, we've got Igor. So yes, thank you for joining us again this afternoon. And yes, it is still a bit grey. It is still a little bit, how can I say, miserable, but hopefully we can actually have some fantastic sightings for you for the last bit of our drive. Yes, I did come out to the hyena den and I did take a look. There is nobody home. It was just the cubs that were there, but of course we cannot hang back at the den site when there is no adults around. So I'm not too sure where they ventured off to, but on top of that, I know that Liam is looking for Tlelamba and cubs. I'm trying to get hold of him as well, because I did get some information that the Tlelamba and cubs tracks went all the way down Philemon's cut line, went on to Rebecca's, and then went into the block. So it's really pointless. Unfortunately, we cannot follow, or if we try and track them off the road due to the fact of it has been raining quite a bit and the ground is quite saturated. So there is no off-roading today. But yes, I'm hoping that we can find something interesting for you this afternoon. I'm going to go down towards Treehouse Dam. I'm going to take a look around that area and maybe head to the western side of Djuma Private Game Reserve to see if we are lucky with any of the tracks that side. Yes, the tracking is going to be difficult this afternoon. As I say, if there was any tracks during the day or even in the last hour, those tracks have been washed away due to the rain that we've been having today. But yes, you never know. It's always, we always expect the unexpected here. And I'll just thank everybody for joining us, at least for this sunset drive. Water Lady, good afternoon. I know that at Chitwa they got 25 mils, Arethusa around about 30 mils. That's pretty much Juma's almost in a slap bang in the middle of the two. So maybe I'm sure between 25 to 30 mils, maybe even a little bit more. Maybe could even be towards 35 because that was taken a little bit earlier. So yes, I'll say maybe 35 mils, which is good. This time of the year, fantastic. Can't believe it. We just got some hyenas calling quite a distance from us. Maybe it's Philemon's cut line, Shabamu Road. I think let's head off that side. Let's go and find out what those hyenas are calling for. But yes, good rain for this time of the year. We can't believe it. 35 mils, or as I said, plus minus 30 mils for May. Pretty much coming to the end of May. Anyway, it's good for the bush, always good for the animals. There's never a dull moment with that kind of thing. Of course, the light is very poor at the moment. As I said, there's still a lot of very thick cloud. Mike, good afternoon. Yes, let's bumble to the song of the hyenas. I fully agree. Let's follow the sounds. Let's go into that direction and find out what's happening. That's always the excitement, no matter what, even if it's raining, sunny, cold, warm, whatever the temperature is, it's always excitement around here in the bush. Of course, animals don't say, oh, well, it is raining today, so we are not going to do anything. No, of course, we'll do stuff as well.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds,
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
There's a grey heron there. And there's a hamakop. Let's take a look. And let's go look at grey heron on the other side. I don't want to go further that side because of course he will fly off. But nice, what a nice little start here at Treehouse Dam. Got a beautiful grey heron. It's of course just moving along the edges of the dam. I'm sure he will be looking out for any fish, frogs, anything that he can catch. Those long legs, and many times they'll actually waddle through the water and kind of upset the water a bit to see if anything does move, or they'll stay very still for a couple of minutes and then they'll strike very quickly and try and catch a fish or maybe a frog. But yes, always nice to be around here at church once again at Treehouse Dam. Well, of course, the water level hasn't really gone up. I'm sure that we didn't have that amount of rain to change too much of this water level of the dam. But, oh, look at that, like stealthy walk. Rosemary, thank you very much for your comment. I really appreciate it. Yes, of course, I would do anything to get out and drive and show everybody what's happening here on Juma Private Game Reserve. It's always for me as well. At the end of the day, I find that I'll rather make an excuse to drive than and not to drive. So yeah, any excuse to drive and go out. Unfortunately, it is the equipment situation when it is raining. That's the only big thing that we sit with. But yeah, other than that, I'm definitely not made out of sugar, so definitely will not dissolve with the rain. Just listening out here, it's still walking there towards the dead tree. There's a hammerkop there as well. A beautiful hammerkop that's just now, we will try and take a look at it. It's a beautiful bird as well, just walking towards the dead fallen over tree. And as you can see, very much hopefully, maybe he'll even do the hammerkop shuffle. That'll be fantastic. No, I don't think he will. It looks like he's just more kind of scouring the area and see if he can pick off on any little maybe insects, even sometimes fish, tadpoles, frogs, anything like that. So yeah, he's just moving around, especially with all this little bit of rain that we've had, because it has disturbed a bit of the grass around here. So maybe it has pushed out some of the insects into the open for that little hammerkop just to snatch up, but it looks like he's disappeared. Junior, 12 years old, welcome to WildEarth on this cloudy day, but yes, welcome. Does the rain spread the predator's scent? Junior, I think at the end of the day, it's more kind of the rain actually washes the scent away, actually acting more of a kind of a negative thing for things like lions, leopards, even hyenas that anal paste the grass, and I think more washing away than actually spreading it. And many times you'll find after rains like this, your leopards and that will tend to start scent marking quite a bit again, and just to make sure that their territory is well marked again, because at this now, I think these territories aren't marked due to the rain we've had. But it wasn't too much rain. Of course, there will be still scent around. Don't get me wrong, it's not that 100% of the scent has been washed away. I'm sure there's still scent left on the bushes and on the ground, and there's still something around. And they've got very acute sense of smell, the predators. So I'll definitely still pick up on the previous scent marking. But Junior, thank you very much. What a question. Always nice to hear from the younger lot and taking interest and interesting questions. Watch. Are we going to see a kill? I think that grey heron is frozen, but yeah, while we sit here with this grey heron, let's head over to Liam to see what's he up to.
So that was a very exciting bit of birding action with Cedric, and as he says, not made of sugar. Yeah, Owen and myself are up here on Biffleshoek cutline, hoping to try and spot any sign of lion activity. It's a little challenging because with the heavy rain, any tracks that were left during the day have been washed clean away. But on the other side of that coin, if any tracks have been put down very, very recently, they will stand out like a sore thumb. So yeah, we will just check nicely. You never know, maybe there's a lion waiting around here for us somewhere. Gerald, a very good question. I've got very low fat content. I'm quite a skinny guy, so I have almost no insulation. So the cold is an extra mission for me. But nice pair of gloves, a good waterproof jacket, another jacket under that, a shirt, another shirt under that, and a nice pair of long trousers, and you should be fine. I'm not one of those guides that will go through the entire winter in a pair of short shorts. I don't believe there's any reason to suffer in discomfort for your pride. I'm not proud. I'd rather be warm. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's probably 16 or 17 degrees Celsius at the moment. It's chilly. Chilly but not unmanageable. So I think Owen and I are going into a little bit of a tough patch for signal. So while we try and move through here, let's head back over to Cedric and see how his birding is going at the dam.
Yes, as you can see, we are still sitting here with this grey heron, and it's still busy. Well, it was fishing, unfortunately. Looks like he was unlucky. No lucky strike there. I think now it's going to be moving slowly through the water again, especially there around quite a bit of the grassy areas, which been covered with water. So a lot of times you'll find little arthropods or something that will be moving around there, and hopefully we'll see if he is lucky. I'm also hoping that Liam is lucky with those lines that were calling a little bit earlier. It sounded like they were calling towards Biffle's cut line.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osano with the monitor lizard.
Osano, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osano at the moment.
Oh, sorry. Yes, he's just caught a fish. The grey heron has just caught a fish. Oh, and it's gone. I'm sure that fish is still wiggling in its throat. Well done. Looked like a little tilapia, very silver fish there. Maybe a tilapia. But wow. Well done. He got himself a nice old snack for the afternoon. So he got himself a snack. Now he just needs to go look for the gin and tonic. Well done, grey heron. It's amazing how quick that strike is. I mean, I've seen those greenback herons as well. They are incredible quick strikers when it's fishing for something. Watch him, he's going stealthy again. Slowly but surely, just approaching, making sure that he's not going to disturb the water too much. White mane, yes, definitely watching the heron's toes is like watching poetry in motion. Yes, white mane. I've never seen it in that way, but thank you for actually highlighting it. I think I'm definitely going to see a heron walking through water differently, because I think it is, because it's like so steady. Look at that, not causing even a ripple. Definitely, that is like slow poetry. I think if you have to read poetry with this heron, it's going to be very slow. But even that reflection on the water is... Watch. Is he going to strike? I think he might have his eye on something here. think maybe, see, it's all between that grass. I think some of those fishes are finding a little bit of a safety area. Where's it going to strike? I think, it might have given up. Maybe it disappeared. I might have lost some interest there. But frozen. I think like one thing, there comes a little blacksmith lapping in the background. Oh, two. Oh, hello. And it's still two youngsters, because they haven't got that white on the front of their heads. So it's the two young ones. So there's still two of them. That is, well, that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works here. I really thought they were both, I thought the one was gone. I thought there was only one left. Looks like we still got the two blacksmith lappings around your Treehouse Dam. They are getting big. But yeah, of course, once they get older, you'll find that white will start appearing on the front of the head, just above their beak. Well, that is great. Good news. So just running up and down, just catching those little insects that's sitting on the side. Oop, well, that one decided to fly off. And of course, the grey heron is still searching for another snack. Oop, did he get it? He missed. I'm sure it was close. And most of the time, they are successful.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. There. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Slowly moving through. But as I said, it is getting a little bit dark now, so as you can see, not lions, hyenas are calling behind us. All right, let's head over to Liam, and while he's almost there at Buffalo Cutline.
Yeah, I was just having the same conversation with Owen about how dark it's gotten. I think with so much cloud, it's understandable. Yeah, definitely no sunset on safari this afternoon. We are just here on the wall at Buffelshoek Dam, having a look around. No sign of any lion activity anywhere. But yeah, who's to say we won't get a nice set of tracks around one of the next corners. I don't think much of the wildlife is feeling very thirsty after all of the water that was coming from all directions through the day. So not expecting to get big herds of ellies at waterholes or anything like that. Bali, definitely. I think coffee and hot chocolate is the name of the game today. Yeah, it is chilly, but at least for us out here in the Sabi Sands, the wind is not blowing too hard. And touch wood, the rain seems to have ceased for now, though we are expecting it to start again this evening. But yeah, hopefully it can rain itself out tonight, and then by tomorrow morning we're looking a little more optimistic. Fingers crossed. Let's go with that. I think we're going to carry on now, start to see what we can see. Yeah, we've pulled out the spotlight. We're already doing our nocturnal viewing. Michelle, thanks very much for your comment. Nice to hear that you've been getting some rain in Aussie. I know you've had some dry times as well in the last year or two with your terrible bushfires and all of that in some parts. So hopefully a bit of excessive rain does some favors. I guess everything in moderation though. You wouldn't want too much rain. Has the opposite effect entirely. Can also be a natural disaster. Yeah, our rains seem to have stretched a little bit late this year, but the bush is looking great. There's a great amount of vegetation out, a superb cover of grass, and that'll help a lot of our grazers stay healthy into the dry season.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, so hopefully with the spotlight this evening we can pick out a little bit of nocturnal life. Ella, you certainly do find termite mounds in a number of different places, and thanks by the way for taking the time to submit your question. I know of termite mounds on at least 3 continents. We get them all over Africa. I know for a fact they're in Australia and definitely in South America as well. As far as North America though, I'm not 100% sure. Termites are quite a large family, and there are quite a few different types that don't make termite mounds. So even if you live in a place that doesn't have mounds, you may still have lots and lots of termites. And they are probably one of the most prolific, one of the most successful forms of life, certainly in Africa. I once read that it's thought that if you put all the termites in Africa on one end of a scale, they would outweigh all of the mammals, so all of the elephants, every lion, every mouse, every porcupine, the termites would outweigh them about 90 times. Pretty unbelievable. So speaking of taking a bumble and being out on the move, let's head over to Cedric to see what he's up to.
very interesting about those termites, but then I think if you put Cedric around those termite mounds, I think I'll eat most of those termites. So then eventually the mammals will start outweighing the termites. Yes, good old termite protein. Love it. Just joking. Of course, when I was a kid, I did nibble on those things, but yeah, not anymore. But yes, let's continue looking for our little night critters. We did hear some more hyenas whooping a little bit, maybe towards Twin Dam area. So I'm just going to go slowly that side and just see if we can find where these hyenas are busy whooping and why are they calling so intensely tonight. Oh yeah, sorry, I've got a little, sorry little ones. What are you doing now? I've got like 4 youngsters on the road on Weaver's Nest Junction with the treehouse. And it looks like we've got Heart's youngster and 2 of Ribbons just venturing out far from the den site. What is happening here? Why are you all the way this side? I wonder if Ribbons, I know Heart's cub is sometimes going out with the adults, but now that all of a sudden we've got even Ribbons one, maybe the adult might be in front. Let's take a look. No, it's just the 3 of them. What are you 3 doing? So yeah, no, we're on Weaver's Nest. I mean, we're not too far north from Gowrie, Maine. So we're kind of at least maybe 2, no, not even more, maybe 300-400 meters away from where the den site is. And yeah, we've got Ribbons cubs and Heart's cub playing in the water. One thing I realized, hyenas love water. That's definitely a given. I remember when it was raining a couple of months ago, those den sites were so active, and it was raining. Oh, doing the business in. No, you can't do that in the water. You're going to be playing in that water now. That's very strange why these ones will be so far away. Especially, I understand Heart's. Even Heart's cub is still young and to venture off by itself. One of the Ribbons cubs didn't decide. The 2 younger ones decided to follow Heart's cub, and they're all just being so naughty. And see, this is a big issue. I mean, like you can imagine a pride of lions coming through here now. That's not going to be good for the cubs at all.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Inkahuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
Grumpy old man, good evening, good afternoon. Yes, definitely naughty kids without any adult supervision. I agree with you, grumpy old man. Why these 3 naughty youngsters are all the way this side, it does baffles me. That's quite interesting. As I said, if it is lions around, that would be a little bit of a problem, because they do not have that den site for as a safety net. And as being as small as them, they don't have the speed of a big female lioness. So that's not a clever idea to be wandering around like this. But that's kids, I guess, huh? That's young cubs. Maybe they also decided to enjoy their little moments. Natalie, yeah, definitely. I think Hart's cub is definitely the instigator out of these three. I think they're hearing something. Oh, here comes another. Oh, here comes the whole clan behind us. Okay. Well, Natalie, finally. The slow movements. I think they just got a fright here. Looks like the rest of the clan members have just arrived behind him. Finally, I think they're going to be upset. Maybe Mommy's going to be upset. Sorry about the poll. As you know, we do have our rain roofs on at the moment. I can't see where this is. I'm just going to take a look here quickly. Yeah, the pole is in the way. I can't start because the cubs are right next to the vehicle. And a lot of greeting. This pole is just on the wrong one. It's like, yeah, why are you kids all the way out here? For what? All running and playing now. Nobody else. Okay, well, they've just gone behind the vehicle. Thanks, Igor. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, of course, we're not going to... of course, there's the adults around there, but it is dark now, so unfortunately, we're not going to follow the young cubs and all that, especially if it's Ribbon's cubs. I know that they are still a little bit young and all that, but yeah, let's move on down Weaver's Nest. That was nice. That was interesting. Don't worry, Rusty. Come. Shh. Very, very interesting to see the little ones all out and about like that. But yes. All right, well, we'll continue down Weaver's Nest towards Gary Main. Let's head over to Liam to see what's happening on his side.
Definitely an interesting little view there with Cedric. Nice to get a look at some of the hyena youngsters. Not looking too shabby after such a drizzly day. Yeah, I hope they can find their way to a nice, safe place to sleep, safe and warm, shortly. So Owen and myself are traveling south on Drakensberg. In Djuma's eastern section, eastern half, hoping to come across, well, really a little bit of anything, to be perfectly honest. There is life out there. We've just got to keep checking.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Happy 8 years old. Thank you very much for reaching out and sending us your question this evening. You've asked what the difference is between a caracal and a civet. Now, civets are very often incorrectly referred to as civet cats. A civet is in fact not a cat at all. A caracal is a true cat. So I believe the Caracal's scientific name is Felis caracal. In the same greater family as the African wildcat and the serval in this environment. A civet is kind of more in a greater grouping with things like mongoose, badgers, otters, viverids, harpestelids and mustelids. So not a feline at all, not a cat. But it's an easy enough mistake to make. They are sort of cat-like in some ways. Yeah, thanks Happy. Hopefully we come across a civet. That would be very nice. Now they do occur out here in the Sabi Sands, but unfortunately they are very, very often killed by leopards. So we don't see a ton of them, but as I say, they are here. And the same is true for the caracal. Jerome, I believe so. I have heard that quoted. So the Kruger National Park, as it stands, is about 2.2 million hectares. That is pretty enormous. It is a lot bigger than a lot of small countries. An enormous park, the greatest national park in terms of size in South Africa. Though I think it's only probably top 20 in Africa. If I'm not mistaken, the biggest national park in Africa is the Selous in Tanzania, which is over something like 5 million hectares. It's huge. 5 or 8. It might be 8 actually. Yeah, some beautiful, enormous pieces of land protected for wildlife, which is a really positive thing. Yeah, with more and more humans popping out on this planet, and most of us living longer and longer, space is becoming a problem in a lot of areas. Big animals like elephant, like rhino, need huge areas in which to live. And even predators like wild dogs. A wild dog can have a 2,000 square kilometer range. So, yeah, definitely bigger is better in terms of habitat. Need to keep those parks protected.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
So I think let's head back over to Cedric to see what he's getting up to on his bumble.
Yes, I was searching for something nocturnal. We just, Eagle myself, we just saw Janet, but once again, very shy. And we just saw the eyes and it ran away. So yeah, there was a little Janet that was sitting on one of the fire break here, or further back, of course. But yeah, talking about the park size, it is. I mean, 2.2 million hectares. It's a very big park. I think square kilometers, Kruger Park is just under 20,000 square kilometers. That is 7,000 square miles. So that is it's a very large park, and I think such an important part of how can I say, our environment, and to keep certain species still around. And it is, I think, it's a magical, especially with the Sabi Sands, Manileti, the Timbavati. You got those private reserves that's opened up many years ago and added on to the Kruger Park size. And I think it's very healthy for populations, for animals to, of course, have a bigger area. And what's even better about it, it's all protected and well protected. So it's definitely a park that we will never lose, and definitely our kids, our grandkids will be able to see this park as well. So I think it is very, very important, and I'm over the moon. That's why I love the Greater Kruger Park. It's got such fantastic history, and just the idea on preserving species and making sure that they do not go extinct. But yes, I love it. It's always good. But let's go. I'm going to Zoe's side, Philemon's Cutline Zoe's. I know that they had Lalumba's tracks going in from Rebecca's, going south into that drainage line. So I'm going to go along here, but I'm just going to go straight up Zoe's. I think maybe if we're lucky, Shadulu or Tortoispan. This is their area, so I'm going to see if we can maybe find anything on them. And nobody was out this morning due to, of course, the rain that was coming down immensely and quite heavily. So we kind of we're itching to get out this afternoon. Arthur, good afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are watching from. Arthur, the rarest animal in the Greater Kruger. Yes. Oh, yeah. Look, I know there's some species like, of course, your pangolin, the aardvark. They are very, very rare. I mean, for us to see them is magical. And, of course, it's a huge highlight. So many times you'll find when guides talk to each other, and they always ask, how many pangolins did you see? Or how many pangolins have you seen? How many aardvarks have you seen? So they always ask, that's always a big question that guides always ask each other, because it is an animal that is so rarely seen. And I won't be surprised if they are one of the rarest around. So yes, to my knowledge, that could be one of the rarest. But I have seen 3 in my pangolins. I have seen 3 in my 16 years in the Greater Kruger. So I have been fortunate enough for just those 3. But 3 is better than none, I believe. 3 is better than none. There's some of the guides I know that's been as well for like 10, 15 years. Never seen a pangolin. I've never seen an aardvark. And I was lucky last year to see my first and only aardvark. Well, it was my second one. Of course, I think I've said it before that my first aardvark I saw was with Tingano, the male leopard that killed that aardvark and hoisted it up in a tree not too far from here. And of course, the aardvark was dead, but also Tingano was busy feeding on it, which was very sad. I mean, I thought that I was very happy to see the aardvark at least, but it wasn't alive. And then last year, very fortunate to see one on top of a termite mound late at night, just before heading back to the lodge. My tracker, he almost punched the air. And I thought, what's happening with him? And next moment he pointed out and he saw the aardvark on top of a termite mound, which was fantastic. It was definitely my highlight of last year. Definitely seeing that aardvark. And to see that again will be fantastic. And I know that on Chitwa, there is, in those blocks, there is so many aardvark holes, burrows. So many, you can see where they've been digging. And I'm sure there's some proper aardvarks around that area. And so an aardvark in Shangaan. Oh yes, Shamban. A Shamban. I love that name in the Shangaan language. A Shamban.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Alright, so we're slowly still making our way up Zoe's Road. Just taking, I haven't seen any tracks of anything coming up this side, but then again, most of the tracks have been washed away due to the rain during the daytime, so I don't think we will see too much now. But while we continue up the side, maybe try and find a Shamban, an aardvark. It'll be fantastic. Let's head back over to Leham to see what's happening on his drive.
So, I agree with Cedric on that one. Certainly quite tough to see tracks after the rain. But yeah, very, very, very a nice, cool evening regardless. Nice to have seen a little bit of general stuff. Cool to touch base with some of those hyenas. And interesting to hear Cedric chatting away about endangered species as well and rare sightings. Yeah, I wonder if it's not the rarest animal in the Greater Kruger is not something like a pangolin, that would make sense, or even something along the lines of the brown hyena, which is occasionally seen in the Greater Kruger. Not common at all, but I've certainly seen photographic evidence of them. And even a sighting recently on Olifants West Game Reserve at one of the Naledi dam cams. I believe Rosie's pan. So they are around. Oh, that's a little chameleon. It's potentially going to be quite tough to see. But let's see, shame, he does look cold, cold. You see him there, Odie? In the middle of my light there. That's it. Got him. Beautiful shame. Look at all the water droplets all over his body. He must be freezing cold. Again, reptiles are ectotherms, so They have no way of regulating their own body temperature for themselves. Like you or I, if we get too hot, we sweat, and the action of air blowing off of our skin and that sweat evaporating helps to cool us. And on the opposite side, if we get too cold, we can shiver, and that shiver creates a little bit of warmth for us. We also have the ability to pull our blood away from the surface of our skin. That's why you get quite pale fingertips when you get very chilly. But this poor little chameleon, his only hope is to hang around and hope that the sun comes out tomorrow. I think we probably had 4 minutes of sunshine today, so his batteries need a charge. Reptiles are extremely resilient though, so even if he goes 3 or 4 days without a meal, without exposure to the sun, he's not going to die. So long as it doesn't get below freezing. It mustn't get too cold. But the fairly pleasant sort of 16 odd degrees Celsius that we are now, if it stays around there somewhere, he will have no problems at all. Yeah, I hope everybody can see him. He's obviously doing what chameleons do best, and that is blending in extremely well. Harry, indeed, no singing required. Yeah, I think also keeping in mind chameleons have no external ears, so they are probably the only ones out here that haven't heard the songs of the WildEarth naturalists. Yeah, amazing little animals. I've been totally fascinated by all reptiles, but in particular things like chameleons, since I was a tiny child. It's a whole interesting family.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. They're there. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Cantrell, thanks for your question. Not at all. So chameleons are completely arboreal. You will occasionally see them on the ground crossing between trees, or if they are digging in the soil, it's usually to bury eggs. You will never see a chameleon, to my knowledge, burying itself in the soil. But obviously a problem occurs when most of the trees start to drop their leaves in the winter, especially the red bush willows that the chameleons seem to favor so much. But amazingly, chameleons, being masters of disguise and being very versatile in terms of the colors and the textures and patterns they can produce on their skin, a chameleon will simply come down from the leafy branches and actually sit itself on quite a dry looking stem or a dead log, and actually make himself nice and brown. And I've seen them in shades of orange, shades of brown. So quite happy blending into quite drab colors as well. It's a tough life though for an animal that needs to feed on quite a large amount of insects each day to keep himself happy. Sebastian, I think a chameleon that is really, really battling and that is desperately trying to absorb a bit of sunlight would potentially turn himself darker. The logic goes that lighter colors reflect more light and darker colors, blacks, browns, that sort of thing, absorb more. So that would be my thinking. But the skin isn't really affected, to my knowledge, in that way. It's far more connected to the chameleon's mood. So a nice, happy, relaxed chameleon will blend in quite happily with his surroundings, his or her surroundings. But a chameleon that's upset starts to change color quite violently. They go black. They've got a very orange inner lining to their mouth. So they go pitch black in color, open their mouth, snap their little jaws. And yeah, pretty formidable things. I have been bitten by a chameleon before. It's not all that painful though. It's not a crushing bite. But yeah, I think if you stuck your finger right into its mouth, it might bleed. So I think now we will probably leave this nice chameleon in peace, but let's head over to Cedric, who is on the move.
Yes, chameleons are very interesting animals, and apparently there's a tale about if a chameleon bites you, I think it could actually give a sign on what if anything bad or good will happen to you. I know it's an African tale. I must just double check on that one, but I know if it has bitten you. So, Liam, I'm hoping you're all good that side. Hopefully that tale and that myth is a false one. But yeah, very cool find. Well, as you can see, we're sitting on impala plains with impalas, a whole lot of males together. And of course, they're just busy feeding around. How many times you'll find impalas coming onto these open clearings at night time. They find it a little bit safer, especially when it's really dark, no moon, no stars, and it's pitch black. And then, of course, it's easier for them. Just in case predators are sneaking up to them, at least they can really pick up on more of the noise or smell of that predator without being getting that surprise from them. But yes, of course, coming slowly but surely to the ending of the rutting season as well. Of course, these are the bachelor boys, the boys without the harems. So usually you'll find that these guys are feeding day in, day out, night in, night out, feeding, really kind of getting nice and strong, keeping their body physique up. And compared to the male that is sitting with those harems at this point of time, what he's doing, he's too busy keeping the females all intact, and also making sure there's no other males coming in. While he's doing that, he is forgetting to feed. And of course, he starts losing body physique. And then one of these boys that's really getting nice and strong, of course, will go and challenge that male on and his harem, or of his harem, and he'll try and chase that male out of that area and become more of the dominant one, and then, of course, claiming the harem for himself. But yes, it is always a nice time of the year, but it is coming to the end. Usually it's always end of April, beginning of May, or the rutting happening with the males snorting and coughing and doing funny noises. If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Sorry, I just was listening to lions roaring in the distance there. Any word of of Marips getting out of his weird position there in the bush willow? Well, leopard lover, yes, I'm sure he did. I actually didn't hear anything, but I'm sure he finished up his kill last night. Once we left, I'm sure he kind of continued eating, or if not, he might have dropped that kill when he saw those hyenas hanging around there at the bottom of the tree. So if he did drop it, I'm sure he lost that kill, or he finished it. But he's not there. He's not there this afternoon. So yeah, clearly he has moved on. I don't know which direction, but I shall find out. I will definitely try and keep up with him, because I know that he's been going into Torchwood quite often nowadays. From Chitwa driveway into Torchwood. So I won't be surprised if he decided to go back north again. But, as I said, I will definitely follow up on that, and I will keep you updated. Thank you, Leopard Lover. It was fantastic seeing him as well yesterday. It was definitely a special Tundi offspring day yesterday, and the day before, of course, with Kashava, Marips, Lalamba. It was definitely a special Tundi offspring day. That was very cool. Anyway, we were still I actually was thinking about Tsemba. So Tsemba is one of the males. I don't know if there was a male which we used to call Emsachwen. So Emsachwen always used to come up north, up towards Triple M, south, towards the southern side of Djuma. This was in 2012, 2013, 14, that time. And, of course, Emsachwen was this real tall male. We always thought he would look like a donkey because of his height, like the height for a leopard. He was, like, really quite tall and long legs. I know that Tsemba, of course, is one of Kashava's previous cub. And the other day when I saw Tsemba, it really reminded me of Emsachwen. Quite a tall male leopard, quite tall for his age, and I was really hoping that we were going to see more of Tsemba, but I think we haven't seen him for a good, I think even over a month now, maybe a month and a half. So yeah, hopefully we will see him again, but you never know. There's always surprises around the corner, exactly like yesterday with Marips. So I'm just hoping we do get to see Tsemba again. But yeah, while we're chatting, while we're taking a look, I think what we're going to do, we're going to continue up on Impala Plains, head towards Vuyatilla Access, take a look if we can find anything else that's around that area. Anyway, let's move on, and then let's head over to Liam and see how's it going on his safari.
So, good luck towards Impala Plains Vuyatilla Access there, Cedric. Hopefully you can pick out something exciting. Yeah, we are just skirting the western side of Quarantine Open Area. Yeah, we've seen quite a few grazers, things like the impala out in the open. I think with the vegetation so wet, this is a prime place to try and sleep or have something of a rest in relative safety. It's a bit counterintuitive. You would think they would want to hide away, but I think they've got greater chance of hearing or smelling a predator coming if they're literally out in the open, and also grouped together in large numbers. Yeah, I wonder if there will be any leopards about this evening. There may well be.
Look at that. There's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy. We just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osano with the monitor lizard.
So Osano, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osano at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Juma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
Jose, there really isn't a whole lot that we've got to be worried about bumping into. Yeah, even stuff like hippos and buffalo and that sort of thing that have the dangerous reputation. Our vehicle is to some degree like a barrier. That's our lifeline. However, walking around in the dark, oh my goodness, yeah, then definitely wouldn't want to bump into any of those big herbivores, female elephants, a buffalo, hippo, and even the predators, where lions and leopards are quite afraid of people during the day, and to generalize, will generally run away from you even when you encounter them very close. At night, something changes. And very, very often you see a slightly darker side to carnivores that are normally scared of you. Still a couple of hundred people in Africa each year lose their lives to lions and leopards. And very often those are people walking between villages in very rural areas after dark. They are predators in the shadows. Nighttime is their time. So yeah, while I'm very, very comfortable walking around in the bush by day, nighttime is a whole different story. You do not want to have to walk far in total darkness. Yeah, we've been chatting a lot with World Endangered Species Day yesterday. Tiggs, I'm not 100% sure what is actually for supper this evening, but hopefully something hearty I could do with a nice beef stew, something like that. I don't know, Odie, what are you feeling like for this evening?
Yeah,
something along those lines, some comfort food of some sort, I think. Something to warm us up. Yeah, I would not say no to a big bowl of beef goulash. Some nice rich beef stew this evening. But yeah, maybe a hot stew and a cup of Milo or a cup of hot chocolate.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible incredible sighting.
So Owen and I are heading up Vuyatilla Access now. We're hoping to scratch around Sandy Patch for any sign of lions. But while we get busy with that, I think let's check in with Cedric, see where his bumble this evening has taken him.
No, definitely my bumble has taken me just south of where Liam is. I'm also heading towards Sandy Patch, Vuyatilla Access. But talking about on a winter's night like this, also a cold evening, especially after like the rain we had today, and it's nice and fresh, and steam's coming out of our mouths. And of course, it's one of those evenings I feel it's a curry and rice evening. So maybe a good old curry and rice, or good old vegetable soup, especially my mother's vegetable soup. She makes the best soup on earth. And then, of course, a nice homemade bread with some butter. And I think a night like this with this chilly evening would be fantastic. And I think, hopefully, you never know. And I just agree with Liam, a good old beef stew for a night like this will also be it'll be ideal. Actually, anything. I'm like, I will go for anything at this point in time. My stomach is grumbling and growling at while I'm talking about this and thinking about food. But yes, definitely, I think that'll be nice. But thank you very much for everybody's patience today. I know that we did have a lot of rain this morning and this afternoon. And of course, our drives were cut quite short. Well, glad we had at least Columbus Cubs this morning, just for that first 10 minutes. And of course, Liam had his nice herd of elephants, which was fantastic. So at least we had a few things. And this evening, of course, good old banter and all those hyenas as well. So it was once again, it's always something interesting to see and to look around here in the bush, and especially the smells and the freshness of today. I think you never know what tomorrow morning is going to bring. I think it's going to be fantastic. So yes, but I think from Liam and and a live kill with that heron. That's right. Thank you very much, Jared. Live kill with that heron. I mean, that was so always good to see. It's always so the smaller things are always interesting. But yes, of course, from Liam and Odie on Wendy this evening. I'm sure they say their goodbyes for everybody. And of course, Igor and myself here on Rusty, we say so farewell. And of course, Jared over at FC, our director for the evening. We say thank you very much for directing and making a fantastic day for us. And the WildEarth team, of course, is thank you, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow morning on our sunrise drive. Hopefully, it's good weather. So yes, good night, everybody.
And carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.